Parang gano'n.
After
Then,
installation of the so what do you think now after trying you can get from Bangula?
it's also gandula.
Ay, sorry sa Bangula.
Oo. Mas gusto ko ito. Kasi mas maganda. At saka mas malaki yung plate niya. So, yes. So, you can print bigger things. Ito kasi maliit lang yung I don't know kung ano. Pero meron dito kasi parang 10,000 na maliit. I don't know if it's akin. Pero Bangulad kasi yung maganda daw. So parang
Pwede pa pala siyang 40 minutes. Pero wala na siyang, kulang na siya ng
yeah.
holder.
So kailangan siguro to nung AM, AMS, ayun, ito yung AMS, yung katabi ng silver. This one, yung may mga school, yun. So I'm not sure. So yun AMS, yun yung ilalagay instead na ito. So para 4, I think. Ganun kasi yung printer.
Must be much more expensive ito.
Yes. Pwede ba tayo mag-print pa? Oo, mag-print pa nga ako. Sana print ko na lang yung project ko dito. 5 hours din.
No, you can. It's the file is already in the printer, so that means you can, you can already leave it as is. Oh, that means, okay. Install. It's usually here in the prepared. We've already downloaded it. Although if you have it already, maybe I'll just search for the yes.
Oh my god, this is such a burden.
Outside this.
What is this? This big tree. How about that? This one? This banana. Banana tree. This? Hey, MJ, please. That's still everything. Oh, that guy. Okay, okay. Oh, he's inside the garden. That's cute. Mommy, get out. Hey, stop getting. There's a grape. How many money are 8, 78, 80, 7.8. I mean, 80. Okay. I look like this this one. Kanina, may nakakita ko ng Range Rover Velarde. Range Rover. see me do it to a huracan?
Yes.
Look, you can just, you
Oh,
will,
because of the record, because we have recommend
okay, just go front, fast, and then boost whenever you want.
every time it turns, it's going to stop playing your phone.
Stop, you're wasting your
Because
boost.
they're trying to take a screenshot. That's why it's longer.
I found another one.
How long has that get it?
45 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Live. That was
That's fine.
I cleaned it already.
Alright.
I go to drift and race trucks in there.
What are you making?
What did you make? You do it? You made that? Yes. Ako, slide. Slide. Then punta ka sa ice area.
When you put it down,
I'm drifting
although
with the orange. Orange number 2. Yeah, did you join me? Yeah. Adi, go. Go and sa speed test truck. Hey, this looks so realistic. Look. Joe, look. Look. I'm going to the ice area. MJ, I'm going to the ice area.
oh no.
Okay. Wait lang, wala na ako doon. Saan yun ako doon? Let's go sa drift and race track. Okay. Go there, okay? Drift and race track. Okay. Where? Punta ko na sa ice area. I can see you. Okay. Over there. Ayusin na. I go to the ice area.
Oh,
I'm just drifting this time.
let's put that. Yeah, you can put it. see that the loan is but yes. Right. Just a reminder, okay, we're going to start at 1:15, next lesson.
Careful, careful.
Alright, so, hi everyone, good afternoon, welcome back. So, for this part of the lesson, I'm just going to tackle 3D modeling using Tinkercad. Okay, so Tinkercad is just a free website.
Wait, okay, my friend.
Yeah, that's the point of this lesson. We're just going to do this next lesson here, which is again Tinkercad. It's a free website that anyone can use. Just simply log in with your email and such. So with this, we're just going to make something very basic, something very easy to make. And all we're just going be making is this keychain right here.
I've done that.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, in case you've noticed, it's a print from a previous student of ours. It's not really correctly spelled either. Harari. So, uh, but yeah, basically we're going to just make a simple name tag like this. And you may have noticed that it's printed in two parts, right? The base is printed in green, while the text is printed in black. So you may have noticed under your drawer, there's like a strand of white filament that we're going to be using for our text. Although in your case, sir, white filament in your case. So
Wait, is this
whatever the one, you can always like swap it out to a different color.
uh,
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna like maybe look like that, but in this case, we're going to use like a white filament, right? Right. This the way now. We're just going to now open up our browser. So we're just going to type up tinkercad.com. Okay. Once you're already at Tinkercad, just type in tinkercad.com. Again, if you guys need any assistance, we have our assistants here to assist. Okay. So if you're already at Tinkercad, you're just going to sign up. It's your first time using Tinkercad. And then you're basically going to click on the personal accounts. And you're just going to use whichever email you most preferably use. Right away from the others. Just wait for the others.
So I can use this Tinkercad to make this model.
Yes, as long as you have your file, so that's why you import to Tinkercad.
If I don't want to, I just want to reverse engineer this one.
Oh, then yes, yeah. I need to know the design. Yeah, please take that.
signed up for the CoLab Studio. Yung Meshi started appearing on my feeds. So, what are you familiar with Meshi? What does it do?
It's an image to 3D model for AI. It's an AI essentially that allows you to use any image that has a subject figure inside, convert it into an actual 3D model.
But it's a paid app.
Yeah,
It's a paid app.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh yes. Although we will show you a way to use that kind of model, that AI, technically for free in CoLab Studio. We'll be discussing later down the line. Okay, so I assume now that everyone has logged in. Okay, so after logging in, it should look like this. So first thing you want to do now is to just go click on this blue button here to create. You're going to click on 3D design. Okay, so this right here is the workplane. Okay, so generally most 3D softwares follow this kind of same rules, but usually in Tinkercad it's a bit more simpler terms. So before we actually start making our name tag, let's first go over the basics. So I'm going to assume everyone here has never done 3D modeling. So to start, let's just go over the basics, the controls. So you may see right here at the top left, there's this cube here. This right here is called the view cube, and you'll notice that if you hover your mouse over it, it highlights a certain part of that cube. And you'll notice too that the cube has labels on them. There's top, there's the front, and if you actually click on a designated side, so let's say for example, if I click here on this corner, it's going to move my entire camera to that side as if I'm actually viewing the cube itself. Okay? I'll say it again. This right here is called the view cube. It's gonna be pretty important in later topics. So again, you can click on any part. You'll notice here that there's like arrows on the sides here. You can even hold the left click, so you can just simply rotate the view cube yourself. Alternatively, of course, you can just hold the right click on your mouse to just also rotate the camera yourself. Now, if you want to reset your camera back to the default, you can just click on this home button right here, and it resets it back to right here in the middle. Next up, we have here is the fit all in view. This one works similarly to the home view, except it requires you to have an object. So what it does is it's going to zoom in or zoom out just enough for us to see our object. So for example, I'm just going to use this cube here. And if I were to click on the fit all in view, it's going to zoom in just enough for us to see the cube entirely. If you have an object way outside here, but you're still zoomed in all the way to our object here, what fit all in view does is it's going to then zoom out for it to fit both objects directly in the middle in terms of distance at least. Now if you have multiple objects and you want to just specifically select one object to zoom in, you can just instead click on an object until it's highlighted with this blue here outline, blue outline. And then I'm going to click fit all in view again. This time it's only going to zoom out or zoom in on objects that are currently highlighted. And you may have noticed too that this is also a way to pan your camera, meaning to physically move your camera instead of just simply rotating. You can do something similar by just holding down the little mouse button, which is the scroll wheel. Press that down, and you can just simply move it yourself. Okay. And of course, you can zoom in with the plus button and zoom out with the minus button. You can of course use the zoom in with the mouse wheel as well. Now finally, we have here is the switch to flat view or the orthographic view. What this just does is it's going to turn everything that's currently 3D, or basically our whole camera to be 3D into 2D. So let's say you have here these multiple objects at various angles, right? They all have differing parts that are more shown than the others. But if I were to click switch to flat view, let's say like here, just like this, and if I were to click switch to flat view, what it does now is it's going to turn everything more flat. So my main purpose into using this is so that if I notice if there's any gaps in between my objects, which will be discussed more later, and why that's important. So again, if I were to go flat on one side, I can see that these two are quite far, leaving gaps here, compared to when I, let's say, go back to normal view. You're not really able to tell if these two are having gaps in between them. Okay, so with the basics out of the way, we can finally go over our actual model. So what we want to do now is to hold left click onto this red box. This right here is going to be our base of name tag. So just hold left click, just drag it right here in the middle, and just let go. And right away, you'll see that it's highlighted already. And you'll see here these squares surrounding the object. If you don't see that, that usually means our object is just zoomed far away. So zoom it enough until we see here these squares. We only want to focus on these squares only, okay? Because if you hover your mouse over them, you'll see that there's a number 20. So in 3D modeling, again, all softwares pretty much use the same measurements, and that measurement is using millimeters. So here, you'll see that it means that this right here just says it's 20 millimeters. This one means it's 20 millimeters. The sides here also says it's 20 millimeters. What this means now is that all sides is just simply saying 20 millimeters cubic. So with this, we're just going to adjust the parameters, the shape of our object. So let's first start with this right here, this white square in the middle, the one that says hovering above. So we're just going to change this number to from 20 to 3. So just hold left click on it, and we're just going to drag it down. But you can like hold it up, hold it down, and you'll see it physically changes our shape here. But in this case, we're just going to push it down to just 3 millimeters. Keep in mind though, we only want to again change the parameters from these squares here, okay? Not the ones from the properties, because the properties have different scaling. So it's best to just Minimize that. That way we don't change anything from it. Okay. Everyone following? Right. So, with our box here looking like a piece of cardboard now, we're going to stretch it outwards from the side here. Okay? So you'll notice instead of the white squares, we're now just going to control this black square here on the side. So just hold up click again, and this time we're going to make the number from 20 to 50. Okay, 50. Alternatively, instead of just holding left click like this, we can instead just click on the square, right? And then the number, and then we can just type in our own number instead. Like that. Okay. So this right here is now a proper name tag. So if you guys want to follow, this is the parameters, okay? It's 3 millimeters high and 50 millimeters wide. Okay? You can change any of the size you want, just as long as the height remains 3. Okay? Any object that we're going to be placing down for this lesson should just remain 3, okay? But in terms of the width and the length, you can change it to whatever size you want. Let's try to keep it small though, so that way you can print fast. That way you guys can keep printing the ones you actually want to print. Okay? Now, with our name tag shaped and sculpted now, we're going to place text. But before we place the text, we need to add a layer of another work plane, because you may have noticed this right here is our work plane. This is where we place all of our objects down, right? But we're going to now place a work plane on top of our object here. That way, any objects we place will just be at the same height as our object. That'll make more sense once we actually place it down. It's this one right here on the top right. So just hold left click. We're just going to place it on the top face of our name tag. You'll see that there's this orange square here. And when you see that, you can just simply let go, but make sure that it's facing the top part of our name tag, okay? But if you see if it's blue, that means it's not aiming at any object, okay? Again, work plane has to be on the top face, not here on the side, okay? We want it to be right here on the top. And once you see that, you can just simply let go. Now all of a sudden, you see that the work plane is all orange. What this means now is we essentially place down another temporary work plane where any object that we place now is now going to be at the same height as the top part of our name tag. Meaning our objects are now just floating 3 millimeters above ground. Yeah, you'll even see a shadow as well. Yeah, you'll even see the gap right there. Basically placing down a layer of blanket on top, like so. Okay, if everyone has followed, now with the orange work plane in place, we can now just scroll down in the shapes library. I'm sorry. Oh, so just looking on that. So in the shapes library, we're just going to scroll down until we see this red text. So just hold left click on it. Now we're just going to place it onto our face right here on our name tag. Okay. Now you may see that the text is a bit big, but it's not a perfect time now for you to adjust the text to your whatever you want it to display.
Can it be in braille?
Oh yes, of course. So, like for example, this right here, text on the properties, we can change this down to whatever we want. So in this case, I'm going to type in CoLab. You'll also see that there's also fonts that you can also adjust. So you may have heard that you can change it to Braille. So if you're curious, just go to the font uh, right here, and then just click on the multi-language, and you'll see here the wide array of 5 fonts.
Oh, that's
It's a lot of fonts right here.
I was like, why array? I couldn't do anything. I couldn't
Only
see
5
anything.
apparently.
Wide array of 5 fonts.
Then what would 20 be?
That's huge now. But yeah, you may notice this is where Braille is. If you click on that, you'll actually see that the font itself turns into dots, relating to actual Braille. But yeah, it's up to you on what font you want to use. So at this point, now we can adjust our text now. Once you've decided on your text and the font, we can now adjust it to our name tag here. So just to make it simpler, we can just hold onto the corner here, this white square. We're just going to just squish it into our name tag. That's really what we're just trying to do. We're just going to press it into our name tag here. Alright. Of course, don't forget to rotate, look around your object, make sure that the text is inside of our name tag. Okay? Again, much with the name tag, you can adjust the size itself to however long or short you want it to be. Again, just make sure that the height itself remains at 3, okay? So it should at least look like this. Okay? Again, the height, which is the one right here, this white square, as long as you're selecting the text, okay? As long as it's this white square here, says it's 3, okay? We want to make sure all objects are 3 millimeters high. If you're curious, you may have a phrase or name that's probably too long. You can try to add another text and then just simply make it smaller so that they can both fit. For example, let's say CoLab printer. I want to add the printer, but it's a bit too big. It's CoLab here. So I'm just going to simply shorten it up and then just add myself another text. And I'm just going to type in printer. Again, same steps. I'm just going to press it into our name tag here. There you go. Oh, in this case, well, because cut squares. But you can also do the corners instead. That way you can control uh, both lengths. Yes, Bob. Yes. The white square in the middle. Try to zoom in. Zoom right. There you go. Yeah. Try to press it down. So you can see it's tense. So try to get that into 3 instead. Stop. Don't worry. Just keep going. Okay. Yeah. And just like this. Yes. That's good. Okay. So once you've already set your text now, there's just one thing I want to quickly discuss. This as a means to look out if ever you're going to dive into 3D modeling. Okay. So let's say, for example, we're okay with this, right? Our name tag looks good, and I want to print it. So I start printing it, but suddenly there's an error. During printing, it just simply fall apart. Like let's say for this example, it would look like this, right? So you may notice that some parts it looks like it was currently printing, but other parts it just simply falls apart. So sometimes that could be an adhesion problem, which relates to the build plate, but other times it could also just be uh, a design issue,
Or it could just be an accident.
or it could also just be an accident. Lots of things can happen, and one of those could also be from designing your model, right? So let's say, as an example again, we look back at our model. So I'm just going to check. Maybe there's a problem with our object. So as an example here, I intentionally lifted our text up from our name tag. So I'm just going to go flat here. I'm going to go flat, and then here I'm just going to switch it to flat view. That way I can see the gaps here more easily. So as an example, okay, normally this doesn't really happen all the time, but this can happen, okay? So oftentimes though, you would get models and sometimes they could just leave these gaps. And with no support behind them, it could just simply fall apart, right? Because how a 3D printer works, it starts from the bottom, right? And it builds itself up and it uses its own body to support itself, right? So as it continues printing, the name tag, for example, it's going to print normally until it reaches to the point of our text. Suddenly, it detects from here that there's nothing, but it knows that there's a text above it. So what happens then is it's going to skip that layer. It's going to keep skipping until it finally finds the text over here. But since now the printer is going to continue printing here, it's not floating, and with no support underneath, usually you're going to end up with this instead.
Wow.
Although other times it could also just simply print this kind of name tag. It's not really that obvious, so you just pass it around. You'll notice underneath it, it's a bit rough. Although it still managed to make the text clear in the end, underneath it, it's still messy, sort of like a bad handwriting, much like spider webs. That's why when it comes to 3D modeling, in our case, our philosophy is that we want to emboss, which just means pushing both objects together or pushing them one another into each other. So although yes, this right here is okay because the two objects are connected, we always want to make sure that they are completely connected to one another. And in doing so, we're just going to push down our text into our name tag with this black cone here. So to see that, it's this black cone right here. You have to angle your camera usually on the sides here. You see it. If you don't see it, that's usually because you're viewing above it. So maybe you have to put it right here on the side until you see this triangle. Okay? Once you do, just hold left click on it, and we're just going to push it down by just 1 millimeter. You may see there are two numbers, but the only thing you really have to focus on is the number to the right. Okay? Not the one on the left, alright? The one on the right. Because the one on the right follows measurements relating to the work plane itself. While the left simply tells you how much distance you've been pushing the object. So again, we simply just want our text to be 1 millimeter below the work plane, or -1. Okay? Hold left click. So you hold left click on the triangle, the cone, and you're just going to slide it down until you see the number to the right is saying -1. Okay. Now this should be good. Yeah, it should look like this now. Right. Now, for our next step here, let's say we have a bit of a misalignment. Like somehow my text is just all the way there. So I want to align both my text and the name tag without just simply dragging it and looking at it by eye, right? There's another way, more convenient way to do this, is to use this thing right here called align. However, it's currently unavailable to us. It's grayed out. Because that means we have to select both objects, or at least two objects. That way we can use the align tool. To do that, we just need to hold left click from any side. So like, let's say from this corner. We'll go hold left click, and we're just going to go to the other side now. Or if you see, there's like this outline that's covering both objects, right? You want to make sure it's both objects are inside this outline. That way, if we let go, we're able to select both objects now. Now, immediately, you may have noticed now that the align tool can be used. So, let's just click on the align tool right here, and we'll see these circular pins on the sides. And when you hover over them, you'll see a quick preview of what it would look like if you actually press it. Right? It's going to show.
How do I activate this?
Oh, you have to make sure you're selecting both objects, right?
Yeah.
Both objects are highlighted, and now you just have to click on this align tool right here.
Right, okay.
All right. Now let's just first click on the circles here, which is the x-axis. So let's just click here in the middle, and when you do so, it's now going to perfectly align them both in the x-axis. And then if you do the same here with the y-axis, right here in the middle, they're now perfectly aligned in both x and y axis. Just don't click the ones here on the side. This is for the z-axis. If we click this, it's just going to merge them both together. Oh. Oh, you just have to hold left click again from outside. Just drag your mouse right here across. You see like this outline. Yes. The two circles again here. Once here in the middle, and then here. Not this one here. If you see this here as well, you'll see that it's already grayed out. See that's grayed out because that already means it's perfectly aligned now on both axes. Right. Now, while we still have both objects selected, we also notice that there are these two buttons that we can press now. This one in particular, called Union Group, allows us to merge both objects into one. And that's what we want to do. As you can see here in this preview, you see that it's merging objects together into one singular object. So again, with both objects selected, we're just going to click on the union group, okay? Not this one, okay? Not the bundle group. The union group that looks like both objects melding together. So just click on that. There you have it. Now our object is merged together, so that means anything we place, anything we moved out, it's now just counted as one object. See? Yes. If you switch this, oh, that means you changed it into like a hole. In case you, yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, it's okay.
But if you want it,
Yeah, you have to switch it to a solid instead of the hole. Okay. Right. Now with our name tag finished, we're now going to finally add ourselves a drink. Excuse me. First, let's now remove our layer of work plane here. So we're just going to use the work plane tool again. This time we're just going to place it outside of our object here. And you'll see that it's blue. This is what we want to see. So when you see that your square is blue, just let go. And that resets our name tag back to default. Right. Now for another quick lesson here, because if you may have noticed, we have 3 rings here for our keychain. And again, just to point this out, you guys can use any of these rings. It's just that I'm just going to give a quick warning on some of them, on why some are exactly a good idea to print these. But again, I'm not disallowing you guys to not use any of these rings. But I will arrange them from least to the most likely for you to use. So, so for this one, the ring, the reason why I'm making this as a no-go for you to use as a ring is that it's very thin. So normally, again, when a 3D printer makes its object, it uses its own body for support, right? But in this case, it's technically only just using one line here, so much so that as it builds itself up, it would get harder for it to keep balance or keep structure. So in the worst cases, it would just either start deforming as it's printing, because again, not only is it using its own body for support, but also it's still fresh, still very hot from printing. So from that extra heat, it's already melting down the object itself. But in the even worse case, actually, is that even during printing, something as thin as this can already snap or even break outright during the prints. So,
Is that regardless of the food?
yes, and it's especially more apparent if you use ABS. So, again, not disallowing you guys to not use the ring. You can totally use that. Just do keep in mind that it's very thin and fragile. So even after it's done printing and it turned out to look okay, it might not be that tough. It might just outright break as you're going to attach it to your bag or elsewhere. So yeah, not the best of choices. Then we have here the torus, or as I'd like to call it, the donut. So compared to the ring, this one is quite thick, so that means it won't break that easily or deform as easily. However, it does have curves around the object, which at first is a bit uh, bad, but it's not really as bad as you think. Again, let's say that in 3D printing, the objects need support, right? But when it curves away like this, away from its original point, you're building chances for it to start deforming already, or uh, for another term, overhangs. This will be explained more in detail on the next topic, but for now, overhangs are the ones right here that develop on these edges. This isn't really an extreme case. I would even say that when you print this, it's still going to turn out perfectly fine. Just do keep in mind that edges like these, the more it's going to go outwards from its original point, the more it's going to start falling apart. Okay? So, with that in mind, I won't really use that for this example because instead we have a really nice ring here instead called the tube. So, compared to the two earlier, this one's quite thick, so it's already a lot better. But most importantly, it's flat. So no curves, meaning it's not relying on gravity to pull itself down. It has its own body to support itself. So all in all, it's quite perfect. So with this in mind now, once you pick your ring, you can now try to align it to your name tag, to whichever side you want to place. Me personally, I would like to place it here on the side. Just be sure to adjust the height free.
But if I want mine, one does not have that much side. Mine only has 12 sides, right?
Sorry.
12 sides. I only have 12 sides on mine.
Oh, on the properties.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But I wanted to have low bond.
Ooh, that's gonna be nice. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Just make sure not to change, in particular, things like radius or the bevel. Actually, bevel is also fine. Just not the radius,
Why? What's so important about the radio?
because it's going to turn itself into a circle. And we don't really want it to have curves for this example. That way, it's able to print properly, and all in all, no issues really. Again, just make sure to set your height of that ring to 3. Okay. Yeah, you'll see that up close, it's sort of overlapping our text here. But since they're of the same height, the name tag and the ring, once we group them together into one object, it's going to overwrite itself. So when I combine it, we're not going to see this overlap without any like sort of dents or any bumps.
Even if the ring and the base is of different colors.
Oh yes, it will totally be fine. Again, it's just going to combine them all into one color actually. Again, if you want, you can use the align tool again to align them as such. There you go. Okay. So this right here now looks like a proper name tag. Now before we actually finalize it, let's try to look around our object here, our name tag. Let's see if we left any gaps. So all in all, it should look like this, okay? From the front, it should look like this, okay? It's okay with however long or wide your object is. We just want to ensure that your height remains the same. If you think that your name tag is good now, then what you can do is select all the objects again, hold up click, drag your mouse across the other side, or you can press Ctrl A on your keyboard to select all, yes. Yes, on your keyboard, and Control, and then A. And then you're just going to union group once more. Although if you think you've made a mistake and you want to adjust a particular object, you can ungroup them instead. So as you can see, our object is now just one object, but we can just ungroup it by clicking on it. Click ungroup, ungroup twice. That way we can now adjust any and all of our objects here. You have to select all, so you align to ungroup. So click on an object now group in prior, and then you're just going to click ungroup. Okay. Yes, the ones in the middle. Put the align tool here, and then click this one. There you go. And then once you finalize it, then you're going to group. So again, you have to select all the objects. So, and just union group. There you go. Yes, normally po the combined that is majority of but if you want, then you can click this color. You can explain more. Although it doesn't really matter because it's Travel Studio with the way it's important factor to change the color. Dito po kasi kapag sa finger ko, colors doesn't really matter. It's more like for convenience, I guess. Then make sure to passport na sure kayo na finalize. Okay. Now once you're good now with your name tag, once you've already grouped it, you've already checked that there's absolutely no gaps, we can now finally export our object. So, yeah, if this is your first time 3D modeling, congrats. You made it, you survived, so the tedious part is now over. So we're now just going to export it. Now you're just going to click on the .stl.
Then we use the studio application.
Oh no, we're just going to convert our object here into a file now. Just click on
We're not
dot.
printing it.
We're going to be printing it, but let's not print it right away, okay? We're going to print this in a different manner, which will be explained later. So here, after you export, again, click on the export button here on the top right here. Then click on the STL. And then from here, under downloads, it's going to generate your file for you with a randomly generated name. In this case, mine is named Surprising kasi happy. Normally that's random words, but Tagalog. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Okay, so once you found your file now, you're just going to click on it, and it should take you directly to Bamboo Studio. So it should look like this, for example. Okay? Yes. So, or if you want, you can instead just go to Bamboo Studio itself. Then you're going to click on this add button right here. You'll see from here, normally you would find the STL files. But if not, maybe it's in the downloads. Oh, it takes a while. It does it. But yeah, once you find it here, the file that you want to import, just going to click on it, and you just click on open. There you have it.
Can you like do several of those teachings?
Good question. Yes, you can absolutely do that.
To put favorite Facebook.
So to do that,
Facebook.
let's just click on our object, right? We right click it, and then immediately, right here on the top, there's clone.
Why is mine all black? I colored it.
I think so.
Oh, that's because of the filament. Oh, you may have noticed once I typed in a number, say, let's go back again, right? Right click on clone, you're just going to select the number of clones you're going to get, right? So, what if I make 10? That's a lot. So the reason why your filament or your object is black is because of your selected filament right here. Change that. You can turn it into whatever color you want it to be by just clicking on this square, the colored square here. And depending on the filament that you're using right now, you're just going to get like a generic choices of colors. Okay, so yeah, from this point on, this technically concludes now the lesson in Tinkercad. I'll be handing this over now to Sir Dave, but for now, I have a question for you guys. Although if you guys have any questions, please do ask right away. You guys have any questions so far? None? All right. Not. I have a question for you guys. So, what tool lets you switch between top, front, side, and isometric
That's
views?
where on that like top left corner.
Right?
Yeah.
What's the name?
I don't know.
I told you. Well, so close, actually. Super close. Pero tama naman po siya. Very close. The hint is two words siya. Super close. So very close. Okay, let me reread it again. So, what cube lets you view between top? So close. View. Yes.
There we
Yes.
go.
There you go. View cube. Sorry. Almost.
Yeah.
Oh, you're. Actually, A for effort, so. Alright, so that out of the way now, I'm going to hand this over to Sir Dave. He's going to be explaining to you guys how to properly use Bamboo Studio. A quick rundown of the features, mechanics, and what to essentially change in your settings to always have the best output for your objects, right? Okay, so I'll be handing this over now.
Alright, but before we start discussing, let's first print out. Start muna natin yung print natin sa PJ. So, clean nyo po yung plates nyo. Alright, before we start, we're going to print slice plate. So, print natin yung slice plate. And before clicking yung print plate, what we're going to do is we're going to add a pause sa printing process natin so that we have the time to change yung ating filaments. So, paano ba natin magagawa yun? So, first, I want you to click ito, which is the print camera machine. So, click yan, and then click front, and then zoom in para makita nyo yung individual layers na meron tayo sa ating name tag. Alright? And pag nandito na kayo sa view na to, check nyo yung bar dito sa gilid. Meron bang bar na green para sa inyo. Alright? So, kita nyo ba yung plus button or plus icon sa taas ng bar?
I don't see it.
You need to slash your plate first.
Oh, I am.
Then go to the front view so you can see it easier. Zoom in. And collapse this. Alright? So once now you're in this view, what you're gonna do is go to the plus plus icon on the bar here and just move it down until you only see one layer of your text here. Do you see that, guys? Yung parang layers nung mismong base, and then the preceding layer is the first layer of your text. Alright, so maybe that's around the 16th to 17th layer.
So, which one, vertical or horizontal?
Um, oh yeah, the one above is the one at the bottom. So it's easier if you use front view. Alright, so you can see, you can zoom in a little bit, you can see the individual layers, right? So that's this, and you can see it around the 16th area, so I think that's good. That's still on the base, so that's good. And once you're on the very first layer of your text, what we're gonna do is hover over the plus icon, which is around probably the 16th or 17th layer, and we're gonna right click, alright? Right click using our mouse, and then click add pause, yes. But if you don't have a mouse, you can use two fingers, and then just click add pause. So let me just do that again. Two fingers, add pause. Alright, once you've added in your pause, you can go ahead and select it again. And you can see if you change the view to top view, you can see the point where your printer will pause. So after it's done with this layer, it will pause, which will then make me able to change the color of my filament to white. Alright? So it should only highlight your text, alright? It shouldn't include the base for your print, alright? Uh, yes. And once you're done with this, just click print play, alright?
So, print,
Yes, print play.
I have to slide again, right?
Yes, you have to say. Dapat po yung wala. Um,
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just like grab you
Or you can take one. Pwede na natin same time.
Kailangan orange siya. Yes. So, move natin ito. Oh, yan. So, you can add na yung crease. Ano yan? Ilagay natin kasi. And then, add na yung ay, sorry. Ngayon, nakulo siya. So, ibig sabihin na wala na nag-show tayo. Tatanggap ko ulit sa green. Add text. Pwede na on top of that. Kasi if you would notice, kumakana siya dun sa yung layer. Ay, nakala ko kayo. Vortex niya. Ay. Okay. Diyan siya mag-stop ang pagkakan mo siya pwedeng palitan mo ng sa same na. Why did it falling? Not really, guys. Why can't I just make you
Yun na lang po.
support? Tapos kasi nandun kay Fred.
Alright? Print na po ba ang lahat? Okay. Yes. We sell A1, A1 minis, carries in other versions. Yung supplemental reservation. A1. Written po yun. Printed sila.
Punta na po ng Instagram. Open na rin. Nakapigil sila na ba? Ito pala teacher. Yung una ko din eh. Sabi ko, ano ba yung sciences? Ang daming grades.
Per hour. And yung sa 8 hours na po, you can ask us, work with us.
How do we
Pero
change
hindi
that?
ko sila yung foundation.
So, that over like,
You can
oh, yes. Okay. So, doon tayo mag-exercise. I-express po natin para makita natin sa exercise. I mean, itong drop down. So you have to use it sa example. So how do you mahalaman natin. So usually dun sa science around 16. 16 down. So that's the best. Para so say lower than that. Let's say dito tayo.
basically they need design.
Diyan pa lang. Magpapasok na siya.
Change na. Okay.
Diyan sa dito.
Tapos I'll insert this.
Tapos doon na siya mag-continue.
So,
Then
print
start. Make sure na malinis yung build. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Basically meron po siyang mas complex software, mas sophisticated. Yes. Forest na siya.
Para sa mga bigyan but that's why yung bumili ng diretso sa kanila.
Pero meron din sa pero one time sport, one time you can
Mas bibigyan siya. Mas bibigyan ka niya ng at least yung pero kailangan mo rin pero ang advice sa akin is parang no bibigyan
Pero kasi kung talagang
but if I'm there
kung talagang passion mo, darating ka sa ganun natin eh, no? Pero kung parang magka-try, meron ka pa na.
Ako kasi ano na ako, na-gusto ko talaga mag-print. So kaysa yung bibili ko ng ganito, tapos mag-upgrade na naman. Like, this one is very limited kasi nga talaga plate.
So yung mga hobbies yung Star Wars collection.
Hindi ka ako nakapag-print. Kaya nagpa-practice pa lang ako ng mga
Okay. Pero kailangan, mabibili ka na ba 3D model ng mga gano'n? Or
May, actually, online meron po. Pero, gusto ko kasi, ako rin yung mag-design. Oo.
Mag-design.
Minsan, yung
Nagkaroon na rin kayo ng 3D modeling.
kasi wala akong ngayon pa lang ako nagsastart.
Gusto ko rin mag-aaral sa
But you're an engineer, di ba? You're an engineer, parang mas madali na. Kasi talaga
medyo, pero dati kasi nung college, meron kami ready design. Matagal na yun, mga 30 plus years.
ako talaga wala, as in zero knowledge ako sa
So, matagal na rin yung mga ganun. Pero baka mas madali yung mga software ngayon compared dati. Kasi dati ngayon, mga Windows based, di ba? Dati nung araw, AutoCAD, talagang mano-mano yung commands eh.
Alright, while some of you guys are printing, I think we can start now with 3D slicing using Bamboo Studio. So, yung ginagamit natin right now is Bamboo Studio, right? So, pag-usapan natin paano mag-tweak yung different settings para makuha natin kung ano yung gusto natin properties sa mga prints natin, alright? But before that, discuss ko lang quickly yung UI ng ating Bamboo Studio na we use. So firstly dito, sa top left is yung printer selection. So ito yung minsan na-encounter natin pag send tayo ng print, sinasabi na hindi tugma yung printer na nakalagay sa bamboo slicing sa ginagamit natin, right? So dito, we need to make sure na the printer selected here is the same that we're going to use sa ating project, right? So in your case, A1 video, alright? So next to it naman is the plate type. So you can choose from different choices, meron yung smooth. Pero more commonly ginagamit natin is our texturized plates. So here naman is the filament profile. If you encounter errors naman dito, ang cases dyan is may added filament like PET, G, ABS, or TPU na hindi natin ginagamit today. So I think si Sir na-encounter po yun, right? Na may PET G nakalagay dito and hindi siya in-enable na i-print yun. Kasi ang printer na nakaset, or the filament na nakaset sa ating printer is PLA. So hindi niya kayo kaya mag-print pag hindi tugma yung printer selection or the filament selection. Alright, so dito naman tayo sa slicer setting presets. So the slicer setting presets basically change the overall settings sa ating global quality settings, which is yung ating slicer settings, and you can choose different types of layer heights, which I think I can demonstrate here. So it's located here. Typically, the most common ginagamit is your standard size, which is 0.2, but you can go lower up to 0.08 and higher up to 0.28. And keep in mind, the settings here are based on the size of your nozzle, right? Or the nozzle diameter, which is located here. And the nozzle diameter is a physical thing. So it's located sa inyong tool head. So earlier, diniscuss natin yung parts. So nire-replace yan per size. Meron dyan 0.2 for lower. And that enables us to have 0.06 layer height. So that's the lowest layer height na meron tayo. Alright? So that's for the slicer preset. So that's for the general settings. And here naman sa slicer settings, we're gonna talk about the quality, strength ng ating prints, and supports. Alright? So that's for the left side ng ating UI. If you have any questions, please pala, feel free to ask. Alright? So, dito naman tayo sa mga tools na we can use. First is the Add 3D model. So, siguro nagamit na ng iba yan to add a model sa ating project. So, meron two ways to use yung Add 3D model. Let me just quickly demonstrate. Prepare, and then I'm going to go and place here, then I'm going to click Add Model, and I'm going to click my model and then open. Wait. It's not showing, pero merong dalawang options yan na ipapakita sa iyo. Is either you import with geometry only, which is yung anong nangyayari dito. So, pinapasok niya lang yung geometry or the STL file. Or, papiliin kayo niya na gumawa ng another project. So, ililipat niya na yan to another project. So, either you can choose to open with another project or open the file in this project. So, yun yung papiliin niya kayo sa 3D model. Sa plate, very self-explanatory. Yung ating plates ay itong mga ito. Pag kinig natin yung add plate, mag-add lang siya ng another plate sa ating project. Alright? Auto-orient, basically, auto-orient niya lang yung mga shapes or the objects na meron tayo. Let's say, I change yung orientation nito. Pag kinlik ko itong auto-orient, automatically yung orient sa best surface kung saan pwedeng i-print yung aking object. Alright? So, auto-arrange, that's for multiple objects within a singular plate. Automatically niyang arrange yung objects na meron tayo. So, i-demonstrate ko lang again. Let's say, right, let's say this is my object. And I'm gonna make lots of this object here, 6, and I'm gonna click auto arrange. So, pwede kong i-adjust yung spacing and then arrange, and they are arranged. Right? Okay. And also, meron namang quick function on the plate setting itself. Same icon lang siya. And it automatically arranges yung objects sa current plate na meron ka. Yes?
You are going to put plates and you're going to do, ano yung i-do?
Yung select. Ito, hindi siya nakahalan. So, select yung plate na meron ka.
So if you have like tapos kami only have like pinag-flow na lang ng free, hindi pwede mag-build ng another second object na hindi ko alam na kumbaga sayang kasi yung printing time. Pero, kaya yung book, pinag-flow here.
I can.
I can. They will print together.
Yes. Pero keep in mind kung anong color ng isa lang color. So you can move objects between plates by simply clicking and dragging it. Right? So ito, gusto ko tayo lipat doon. Click ko lang. Okay. Click ko lang. Tapos lipat ko dito. Tapos kung ito naman yung gusto kong i-print, click ko lang yung plate. Tapos pag pinlik ko yung slice plate, yun yung isa-slice niya, and then yung print. Right? Okay, so moving on. Adaptive layers basically is for the steps within rounder objects. So kung mapapansin nyo sa mga rounder objects, rough yung curvature niya. So pansin yung mga layers. Pero pag in-enable nyo yung adaptive layers, you can smoothen the transition from the base of the curve towards the top of the curve. So very useful. Hindi. So, pwede po siyang mas useful. So, pag enable yung adaptive layers, you can do that. Alright, sige mo naman sa next tools. First is the move. For more precise movement siya, so select nyo na yung object nyo. Click move, and you can move it the 3 dimensions that we have. Alright? So, the next one is rotate tool. On the word itself, just use to rotate your objects sa 3 orientations na meron tayo. That's X, Y, and Z. Alright? Next one is the scale slash resize. So just in two ways to scale or resize an object. And I take this Benji here for example. Alright, so consider itong object scale. So may two ways dyan. So scale and resize. And also pwede siyang uniform scale or ununiform scale. Pag in-enable niyo yung uniform scale, pag change ko daw to let's say 200 yung x-axis or 20, pati yung iba magbabago. So automatic siya. Pero if I
To ensure that the
turn it
filament
off,
is
say 20, yung iba hindi magbabago. So if you want metrical, on yung uniform scale, pero kung gusto nyo manual,
from here, now it's going to cut with this filament. Okay. It's going to press on it really deep.
Now,
pause.
It's
Alright,
going to be a very
before we
deep press.
continue, let's address the
Where you really have to
rules,
press inward.
which is yung ating pause function.
Like that
Right?
to do it instead.
I think
Other
some
way
of you,
it's
what
going
we're gonna do is,
like that. Right here and click.
what we're gonna do is,
Now
we're
filament has
gonna
been cut.
unload our
And we're
filaments
going to
first,
press
but
up
before we do
on
that,
Studio.
punta kayo sa printer screen nyo, click
You'll
yung
see
back,
that this one
click
will
click
get
yung resume.
resets.
So click the
Pushing it
back
backwards.
button on your printer screen,
As you push it upwards,
or
you
the
get
X,
all the filaments.
alright, and then click back, or the back arrow, here, on your printer screen, and then go to control,
And then highlight
go to nozzle,
that and then
located on the top left, there you go, and then type in 250, 250, then click OK. Yep. Now, what we're doing is something called manual unloading. Alright? So once it's heated up to 250, we're going to manually pull out our filament by extruding it using the manual extruder here.
Now we see that ring. So now
Let's wait for it to heat up a little bit.
So it's going to spin the other way. Basically, I'm going to keep pressing down. So even if you see that, you want to actually there. This is really dark. Back to again, just keep pressing.
Later on, we will see.
Something is
Why?
being
Kasi ang nangyari ko dito, hindi mo yung detective.
Then there you go. Oh, let's try not to press it. It's going to keep it's going to my protection. There you go.
Alright, so once na 250 na po yung nozzle natin, ang gagawin natin is hawakan nyo yung filament. So dito, hawakan natin yan.
That's
Yes.
fine.
Hold the end of your filament there. And then click extrude up. So yung extruder, click the up button. And mararamdaman nyo na pinapull back yung inyong
That's fine.
filament. So try nyo to search. On that, then click Alright, so
Don't worry, you know it's refill it.
right there you go.
Or you can. For some reason it reads all the presses continuously.
Then once it's out,
That's why.
get your white filament from your desk. Then push it inwards.
It happens.
Attach it, yes.
This is the fun part of learning.
that's the HTC. Oh no, it doesn't. The HTC that wouldn't do this.
Yes.
Kasi it's already in the AMS.
Yes. This it would switch it automatically.
Something not yet. Don't resume yet, okay?
I would say this is the best
Close
part.
again. And then put your
This is
filament
what
in
not to do.
all the way.
Yes, but it's up and
Alright.
stops. Okay, now what's this? Okay, so the cup says it's stuck, but that should be fine. Just click
Then like the extrude downwards once the white filament is all the way in.
Hopefully this will be enough.
Oh, it's more than enough.
How long will it take? Right? Keep pressing it, pushing it, look on the extrude downwards. Alright, that should be good. And then once na nag-extrude na siya ng white filament, then go ahead and click play. So you need to make sure na white na yung nilalabas niya, alright? Dapat po white na yung nilalabas. Ay, black. Alright, so alright, so let's just wait for your prints to finish. Meanwhile, I think we can continue. So, ayun, we're done with the scale slash resize. So, the left face, basically, nagpapakita lang siya ng, pag enable niyo yan, nagpapakita siya ng faces or face na pwede niyong ilay yung object. So, pipili lang kayo doon. And you automatically yung orient yun doon sa face object. So, cut, we're going to discuss this later. Basically, para lang yung chop-chop yung object and you can do other options sa pag-cut na yun. And the combined boolean, basically, same lang sa group function ng ating FigureCAD. Assembly combines two objects and unifies them in the sort of like assembly pagpilitin ng point kung saan sila assemble. The color and paint, i-discuss din natin ito later. So, look after that. Text, enables you to add text sa inyong objects. I think some of you na-encounter na rin ito earlier. And the paint support, i-discuss din natin yan later sa support lesson. Alright? So, quick overview lang ng i-discuss natin today for this session. First is the print quality settings. Ano ba natin mapaganda yung quality ng prints natin? Strength settings, ano ba yung nag-apekto sa strength ng ating prints? Paano ba siya papalakasin? Adding support, ano ba yung support? Bakit natin kailangan ng support? Coloring your prints, paano ba natin siyang papakulay? And cutting the print into parts. Okay, so first go over print quality. So what affects print quality? So the biggest factor that affects print quality is the nozzle diameter or the nozzle size. The nozzle size controls how basically kinakontrol niya yung scale or the scope ng layer heights na meron tayo. The higher the nozzle size, the higher yung scope na meron tayo. So it's for more like drafting, stuff like that. Pag lower, it will enable us to have lower layer heights, so mas define yung ating quality. Pero what are layer heights? So yung layer heights, basically, sila yung thickness ng layers na meron tayo sa ating object, right? Since binigyan siya layer by layer, so dependent siya sa size ng ating nozzle and sa layer height na sinet natin sa ating printer. So, dito yung makikita. It's basically sa slicer presets natin, but it affects the general layer height. So, pag mas mababa siya, or yung mas mababa yung nozzle, it can enable us to have a minimum layer height, or maximum layer height pala, pinakamababa, of 0.06 millimeters. So, very fine na yun. And pag 0.4, ang maabot niya naman is 0.08, which is still very fine. And ina-apektuhan niya rin, let's say, ito. For example, pinakamaganda na rin, let's say, kamay ng the thing was Fantastic Four. That was printed using 0.04 na nozzle size, and the layer height was 0.60. Sir John, how long did the thing had take the print?
About, let's say 5 hours.
5 hours. Okay. So that use a 0.04 nozzle diameter and 0.16 gear height. So maganda na siya, right? So yung ginagamit natin right now is 0.20. And if you're not satisfied sa 0.20, you can go lower. And if gusto nyo naman for like drafting lang, gusto nyo lang makita yung shape ng object for a quick print, check nyo lang yung size, gano'n, you can go higher para mas mabilis siya.
So, if your nozzle is like 0.4, pwede mo siyang set
Actually, kahit anong size ng nozzle mo, pwede mo i-control yung layer height. Ang caveat lang doon, depende sa size ng nozzle mo, may specific scale or scope lang yung kaya mong pinakamababa. So, for 0.04, yung pinakamababa is 0.08 layer height, o yung pili ng layer height. And for 0.2, yung pinakamababa ng layer height is 0.06. So, yun yung pinakapino. Sobrang pinong parang resin printer yun. Resin print na siya. So, ayun. Yun yung caveat naman doon is pag mas mababa yung layer height, mas longer printing time. Kasi mas maraming layers na kailangan yung gawin to make up the entire object. So, inversely, pag mas makapal yung layer height, mas mabilis siya compared sa lower kasi mas less yung amount of layers na kailangan yung gawin to complete the entire object. Alright, so that's for quality.
Like, this is point
Point 4.
one. If you point two, you can change the,
Yes. Physical change po siya. And actually, kailangan mong iset yung, pag nag-change ka, let's say, from 0.4 to 0.2, kailangan mo palitan physically yung nandito, tapos iset sa printer and sa slicer mo na 0.2 siya. So, paano ba yun? Let me show you. Alright, let's say, ito. Pinalitan ko ito. Ano siya palitan? Basically, cover yan. Nabili mo lang and open this latch here. And just remove this. So this is 0.4. Let's say, so that's here. This is 0.4 then. So let's say 0.4. Yan. Ito lang. It's magnetic, so madali na siya. Ito lang. Then we're gonna go to settings. Settings, maintenance, then nozzle, then change ko na yung aking nozzle type or nozzle size. So, una sa printer, and secondly, set mo siya sa slicer. So, dito yung nakalocate sa diameter. So, sa printer and sa slicer. And, ayun. So, that's for quality. Alright. May questions po ba tayo? So far? Okay. So, ayun. So, for strength. So, what affects the strength of our prints? Well, meron tayong two factors dito na nag-affect ng strength ng ating prints. Firstly is the volutes. So, what are volutes? You can see sa demonstration here. Basically, sila yung line that sets the perimeter or the shape or object. Pag walang volutes, walang visible shape or perimeter yung ating object. And I think we have a few examples here. First, ayan, medyo missing yung isa, pero ito yung example ng object na walang volutes. So, ang natira na lang is yung infill or yung loob ng object. So, sinubukan namin experiment yan paano pag walang volutes ng isang object. So, yun yung lumabas. So, that's it. Pero bago natin pag-usapan yung infill, talk about volutes. So, the more volutes, thickens the walls of our print. So, mas malakas siya in terms of like handling stress. So, kung meron sakit sa pader or sa sagay, hindi siya mag-break. Yes? May question po ba? Alright? So, pag less naman, mas, ano siya, fragile. Kahit one volute yan, hindi siya enough to have that structural integrity to sustain mga ganong type of stress. So, we really recommend like 2 at the minimum, and you can raise yung volume based sa need nyo. Pero minimum talaga is 2 if you want like a structured print. Alright? And speaking of sa wall loops, dito tayo papasok sa detect thin wall. So, earlier kay Sir, nagka-error yung, hindi naman error, pero may concern siya sa print niya, which is yung sa text. Dahil may maliliit na text. Kasi sa font na ginamit niya sa Tinkercad, um, very minute na lang yung lines na meron. So, pag in-enable niyo yung detect thin wall, it detects yung mga minimum lines na meron tayo and it enables us to print those minimum lines properly. So, gusto yun ng quality prints then, enable nyo yung detect thin wall. Alright? Okay, so that's for wall loops. Let's proceed with sparse infill. So, infill is the material na nasa loob ng ating prints. Kung yung wall yung shape, yung infill yung laman. Right? So, meron diyang dalawang factors. First is the density, kung gaano karaming materials yung nasa loob ng ating shape, and pattern, kung paano din-distribute that amount of material. So, for density, um, basically, it's up to preference na kasi density also um, results in, pag tinasa yung density, it results in a much heavier object. Pag less naman, mas lighter siya. So, up to your need siya. If you want or need something na mas mabigat, you think na mas stable siya, mas mabigat, i-increase mo yung density. Pero ang caveat nun is pag in-increase mo siya masyado, to like let's say, beyond 95%, ang mangyayari dyan is magiging solid object na lang siya. And mawawalan ka ng air pockets. So, kung napansin niyo yung like, example na tinatarawan niya, meron siyang mga butas-butas, right? And if meron kang wall loops or if naka-enclose yan, that's in a proper print, those holes act as air pockets that absorbs like impact and other kinds of stress. And pag pinaasan mo masyadong infill to over 95%, nawawala yung air pockets na yun na nag-absorb ng stress from impact. So, mas brittle na siya. So, ang very suggested namin scope is from below, pinaka-below is 10%, right? And the highest is 95%. So, from that scope, hanapin nyo na ng perfect cost for your prints. Kasi pag below 5% naman, wala na masyadong material sa loob, nagka-crumble na yan on its own. So, 5 to 95%. Right? So, for pattern, dito naman walang masyadong like malaking effect in terms of strength sa print nyo. Pero ang pinakaano lang dito is preference. And meron din siyang very minute na benefit in terms of like printing time sa mga specific patterns. In our case, we found na mas mabilis slightly yung gyro in pattern. Since it moves in like a wave sort of motion, yung tool head natin, a wave siya, instead of like a grid na kailangan i-loop, loop, 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 loop. So sa gyro, very smooth siya. So may kita po siya sa strength. Punta kayo sa strength. And scroll down sa sparse infill. Makikita niyo yung sparse infill density. So nakaset na yan per nakaset na yan as 15%. So pwede nyo i-change yung amount ng percent na yan. So again, from 5% to 95%, base sa need nyo, pero huwag na kayong mag-pass doon sa scope na yun. And sparse infill pattern. So yan, up to preference na. Find what works for you and apply what works for you. Alright? So pag sinect nyo yan, makikita nyo yung pwede niya pattern. So check natin. Sparse infill, density, and pattern. So ginagamit dito grid, pero meron din others like rectilinear, line, cubic, triangle, hexagon, and what we commonly use gyro. So up to preference na po yan. Again, find what works for you. Alright? So from strength, let's proceed to support. So what is support? Basically, support enables us to print objects with overhangs. Pero alam mo na yung overhangs. Since, again, an object is printed layer by layer, pag yung layer overshoot sa foundation niya, we have then an overhang. So, ito. This is an example of an overhang, right? Since wala siyang foundation na nagsusupport sa kanya, or the model itself isn't structured or supported by itself. So, yung mga cases na ganito, kailangan niya ng overhang. Otherwise, nagkakaroon ng errors na ganito. Just grouping na pag-uusapan later on sa troubleshooting and maintenance. And for support, we have two kinds of support. We have tree and we have normal. So, sa tree, basically ito yung pinapakita dyan. It's much more complex siya. So, it's workable, moving around our objects. So, it's used for like complex designs, complex articulations, mga scale models natin na maraming details and hindi siya like low polygon. Ganun. So, ito for like high polygon sa mga complex objects. And we have naman the normal kind of support. So, normal support, for example, let's go over here. Alright, so types of support. And bago tayo mag-support, we need to enable our support. So, check yung box na yan. And we can change 3 to normal. And pag generate natin yan, nakikita nyo na generates this sort of like scaffolding type of structure na detects anything na may overhang and directly supports it from our base. So it's really used for much more geometric type of projects like yung mga enclosure na box lang. Magandang gamitin yung normal support kasi mas madali rin silang tanggalin. Right? Okay? So for support options naman, we have threshold angle. So basically, yung threshold angle is set lang natin siya sa ating slicer to know kung ano yung angle na once na nag-start dito, add support na. So typically, we often use 30% dyan or 30 degrees dyan. Kasi let's say, I have this structure here. So kung 90 degrees yan, kaya nyo pa i-support yung sarili niya. And pag ganito, I think kaya nyo pa rin. So, the maximum na kaya nyo i-support yung sarili niya is around like 45 degrees, guys. And once na bumaba ka na dun sa 45 degrees, kailangan nyo na talaga ng support. And siniset natin yan dito sa ating threshold angle. And pag binabaan mo naman ng support doon, let's say 29, matik, kung ano na yung after nun, mag-drop na siya. Kailangan natin i-set siya or i-set angle para ma-set natin na ito lang ang kailangan ng support and pag lumagpas ko dito kasi masasayang na lang yung material natin for that support. So we need to set that for our project.
Standard is 30.
Standard is 30, you can do as high as 45 kasi after 45 degrees tayo nang support yung sarili. Pero pag as lower than 30 naman, hindi nyo na kaya matik na sisira yung project. Pero kung hindi mo naman concern yung filament, you just want something na sure kang magaling kalalabasan, like scale models and stuff, you can go higher. Right? So, okay, that's all for supports and threshold angle. Meron din naman tayong on-build plate only. So, kung mapapansin nyo, ito, nakaset yung on-build plate only. So, kung hindi yan nakaset, since merong overhang dito, ang gagawin niya, mag-build siya ng support from the object itself. It's still removable, pero kung gusto mo na maganda, ideally ayaw mo ng support sa object. Dito ang main counter niyo sa ating troubleshooting and maintenance. Basically, pag naka-enable yung on-build plate only, lahat ng support na ginagawa niya, nag-start lang sa build plate para malinis yung ating projects. And the same goes for critical regions only. Pag nakaset kasi yung maximum threshold angle natin, lahat ng nasasakop ng angle na yun, overshoot na yun, yung ginagawa niya ng support. And pag in-enable natin yung critical regions only, dinedetect niya kung ano yung vital spots lang sa ating project na kailangan talaga yung support. And doon lang siya naglalagay ng support. Kasi pag ginawasan natin yung support ng object natin, mas malinis siyang tignan. So, babalik ko dito sa example ko. It looks good, right? Pero when you flip it around, you can see kung saan na ilagay yung mga support. Just the areas na may routing there. So, pwede pong ihain. Okay? So, actually, that's another thing to note. Balik tayo dito sa strength. If you want, lihain yung inyong objects, I suggest na taasan niyo yung volumes. So, basically, yung volumes nga again is yung perimeter ng ating object. Kasi pag mababa yan, niliha mo, mabubutas yan, nakikita mo ito. So, taasan mo yung volumes para may allowance. Let's say, pag nililiha ka, para smooth din yung object. Alright? Yes po?
Kung makatulong once we get 3D model, tapos gusto natin i-print, nag-prepare siya, so kailangan ito ng stem supports.
Yes, pero
to modify
yeah.
yourself before printing.
Yes, pero meron na siyang like presets na. So, pagka-import nyo ng project, may nakaset ng preset na yan. And you're free na lang to modify that preset. Itong sinushow lang namin is yung mga intricacies na makaka-benefit sa mas magandang yield ng quality and result ng ating mga prints. So, para maiwasan na rin yung print fails and para maganda yung quality ng gusto natin i-print.
Follow-up question. So, pag nag-create ka ng STL file, yung file na yun, it incorporates the support na? Or paano? Or
not
ikaw ba
yet.
yung maglalagay?
Actually, pag let's say, meron kang model na in-import then may overhangs. Pag hindi naka-enable yung support, hindi mo pwedeng i-print. Pag may detection po kasi siya na basically red warning siya. I think I can try that out. So pag enough ko itong enable support, right. And let me go to prepare. Let's say ito, gusto ko i-print. May overhangs yan. Naka-off yung support. Pag in-slice ko to, nagkakaroon ng warning. Ayan, sinasabi niya na object has floating cantilever. Please reorient the object or enable support generate. So, may detection system siya na will tell you na kailangan nito ng support, lagyan mo ng support. And pag orange warning, ano pa rin siya optional. Pero meron ding red warning na hindi talaga kayo na mag-print. Kasi matik na detect niya hindi ito gagawin. So, hindi kayo papayagan i-print yun. Unless you add supports. Alright? More question?
So ito sir, kunyari, so ito, from the bottom ka,
Yes po.
yung ginagawa siya layer by layer, since nakikita niya more than 45 degrees, so mag-generate siya ng support dito. Ganun.
Yes po. Pero yung support, nag-start na rin siya sa initial layer.
Yeah. Hindi siya layer. Kasama na siya doon.
Yes po.
Tapos later on, titiri mo siya dito. So ito, yung support ito, galing ka rin dito, ano?
Was that on build plate only or with built in siya? Sorry.
So this one,
Okay.
this figures, this support coming from here, no?
Hindi naman po kailangan kasi kung 3-4 support siya, tumiliko din yun.
Parang nagpa-branch.
Parang branches po talaga yung style ng free support. And if naka-enable yung on build plate only, hindi siya mag-build sa mismo object mo. Starting lang siya from the build plate itself. Alright? Okay, so ayun, I think that's all for support. Let's proceed to coloring and cutting. So for coloring objects, it really helps us visualize. Pero if meron kayong component na AMS, molded visualization siya, pwede nyo siyang i-employ sa 3D objects nyo, or 3D prints nyo. Okay, so meron kayong AMS, pwede kayo multicolor prints. Okay?
Automatic din sir.
Meron kayong, actually, may mga file text tayo for multicolor prints. Merong 3MF na pag in-import nyo, naka-detect na agad yung color na meron sila. And if STL naman, wala silang like multicolor. But yung STL, pwede nyo gawin multicolor by using yung paint tool natin. Okay? Let me do a quick example here. Pag click nyo yung object nyo, nakikita nyo ito parang bucket na may drop. So that's color painting. And to enable multicolor, una natin kailangan gawin is mag-add tayo ng filaments. So, magkataw dito, or dito, up, up to me, kung saan mo maglalagay. And ito yung mga tool types or mga types ng brushes na meron tayo. First is yung circle, flat type lang siya. So, pwede rin natin i-change yung pen size. So, yung laking brush natin. Sphere naman, 3D type siya ng brush. So, yung mga nakikita kong sides na, o yung mga hindi ko nakikita sides, pwede niyang i-paint. So, pag tinignan ko ito doon, nakikita nyo, it wrapped around sa aking border. So, that's sphere. Kahit pag triangle naman, yung individual polygons, yung pinipaint niya. Like this one. And this one. Right? Pag height range, yan na yung layer painting. So, pwede mo i-set yung height range or layer height na gusto mo i-paint. Sa atin nakalagay 0.2. So, yan yung individual layers na meron tayo. And pwede mo yung i-click lang or you can drag it up and down. And pwede mo rin siyang i-increase up to you. Okay? So, for fill, it's used to color entire sections na meron tayo. Pwede rin natin i-enable yung edge detection para specific areas lang yung mapiprint or ma-color natin. Like that. And we also have gap fill.
So it's red because ready na nakalagay.
Yes po, red po yung pinili kong color. Pwede rin yung like other colors. Pwede rin yellow, yellow, blue.
Then pag may picture is with the color of the colors.
Yes po. And once na okay na tayo sa pag-paint natin or sa pag-color ng paint natin, you're going to notice an object na inad ng ating printer, which is this thing here. Okay? So that's what we call a prime tower. So ito yung example natin ng prime tower. Right? That's it, around. So prime tower, makikita niyo yung colors ng filament na ginamit. So dyan, kita niyo yung color white, blue, brown, and black. So the prime tower is used to prime the filaments or ready the filaments before using them on our model directly. So if you've ever painted or nag-watercolor na before, bago tayo maglipat ng color, kung isa lang brush natin, bago tayo maglipat ng color, kailangan muna natin linisin yung ating brush. And we can do that by dipping our brush in like water para malinis sila. So essentially, that's the same process here sa ating printer. Gumagawa siya ng another object, doon niya dinideposit yung natirang filament, the remainder ng filament, at gumagawa siya ng tower kung saan niya dinideposit yun, and pinaprime niya siya yung extrusion niya or yung paglabas niya at the same time na rin. So, bago niyo ilagay yun, let's say, abot ako sa layer na to. Aabot ako sa layer na to. Since yung next layer na na-detect ko is red, kailangan ko munang lumipat from blue to red. So, gagawa siya ng subsystem na i-retract niya yung filament, i-insert niya yung next filament, and i-prime niya na yan sa prime tower. So, mag-extrude yan dyan. So, sinusukat niya yung extrusion. And pangalawa, nilinis niya yung mismong nozzle niya. So, yun yung function ng prime tower. And also, essential yung prime tower talaga if you have multicolor prints. Example namin dyan is yung set ng minions na meron kami dito. So, marami sila. Kulang sila ng isa. Ang tinesting kasi namin dyan is we try to print the minions without a prime tower. So, ilan sila dyan? Siyam. Siyam po.
Print
Ten.
without the
So, 10 sila, pero originally, they're 11. So, nung dinisable namin yung prime tower, talaga namin, okay lang, we can do this. Then we realized na yung isang minion, naging prime tower. So, mukha na siyang traumatized. Kaya ganyan yung tsura niya, may nakita siyang video dapat nakita. So yung kapatid niya, naging prank tower.
Ano itsura? Paano?
I'm sure kung gumawa din yung tinawag. Yung ano po. Actually, you can't do a multicolor print kung wala ang AMS at all. You need an AMS. Kasi the AMS functions as an automatic material selector. So, kung meron kang ganito, hindi mo pwedeng gawin yun. So, kailangan mo ng AMS component. Which is this one. And kung close yung printer mo, it might look like that one. Pero yeah, you really need a prime tower pag na-paint ka na or gumagawa ka ng multicolor print. Otherwise, one of your objects will become the prime tower.
What's so bad about being the prime tower?
Not so bad. You can, someone nalagay yung or sinakabing you can purchase it separately, pero mas mura siya with the printer, right, Mr. Ron?
Depends on the printer model kung may kasama siyang AMS or
Typically, all printer models can come. So, meron tayo dito ng combo. So, you can either buy the printer itself lang or the combo of printer. Yes. Compared to like buying the AMS separately and the printer separately. So, I think significant yung pamahali. Yeah. Okay. So, alright, that's for painting. And let's proceed with cutting our object into parts. So, let's say, ayoko ng ganitong maliit. Gusto ko mag-print sa A1 mini ko ng malaki. Okay, may example ko dyan. Ito, gusto ko ng malaking bangka. Part ko, wala. So, this was a benchy na in the scale up to 500%. So, paano ko ito mapagkakasya sa aking printer na dito lang maliit? What I can do is I can cut this printer into parts. So, paano ko ba yung gagawin? First, I'm just going to pick my object here. And then, I'm just going to click cut. Once I click cut, nakita nyo may plane na lumabas. So, that plane is basically, pag click natin itong perform cut, dyan na siya magka-cut. Or dyan na yung ilalagay yung cut na yan sa specific plane na yan. Right? And we can change the placement of the plane by dragging it up or down and rotating it around based sa natin siya gusto ilagay. Right? But in my case, I want to cut off yung roof ng aking object. So, yep, I can do that. But pag kinat ko to, paano ko siya i-connect? Pwede ko siyang i-glue, but ayaw ko mag-glue, gusto ko malinis. So, I think I can use connectors. Pag nag-add ako ng connectors, meron tayong 4 types of connectors there. And pwede natin i-change yung style niya and yung shape niya. The shape, self-explanatory lang yung butas na meron tayo. So, ito din ako dito. Okay. And change ko yung size para madali kita. Let's say 5 millimeters. Ayun. Kita nyo yung shape niya. It's a circle now. This is nakaset sa atin. Pwede natin i-set naman yung triangle, square, and hexagon. And we can also change the style from prism to frustum. There we go. Basically, parang lang sa ginagawa ng Kermit type connector. Pero we recommend na gagamit kayo ng angle na connector kasi pag circle, may tendency na pwede pa siyang rotate o move around. Pero pag angle yung connector nyo, hindi mo na siya ma-rotate habang nandun na siya sa mismong connector na yan. So kami ginagamit namin triangle. Okay, discuss natin yung types ng connectors. First is the plug. Basically the plug, the function of the plug is wash ng material from one side and the face niya sa other side. So, pag tingnan nyo yun separately, paano siya parang invoke na siya sa inyong object. So, negative space, pinupunta niya sa positive area na sa other side. Alright? So, that's the plug. The snap works the same way, pero mas different na yung ano niya. Basically, yung plug na meron ka from one side, meron na siyang tiwa sa gitna, which acts as a snap connection. So, pag pinasok mo yan, or pag kinonect mo yung both objects, it functions as much more a permanent connection kasi nga may snap. Ayun. And you can also change yung other settings like volts and gas, and pretty much monitoring temperature and other cycles. And the next one naman would be dowel. So the dowel, as opposed to the plug and snap, takes material naman from both sides and creates a brand new object, which is the dowel. So, kaya natin yung dowel dito. So, yan. Right, to do that. Confirm my connectors, perform cut. And, ayan. Unang ginawa niya, kinat niya yung object. Ayan, kinat niya yung object. So, nagwala niya yung roof ko. And the other thing na nangyari is, meron na ditong brand new shape. So, yan yung ating dowel. So, pwede ko yung i-print lang and i-attach again sa aking model later. Right. So, okay. So, proceed naman tayo sa last type ng connectors, which is yung thread. Basically, the thread is one, basically, ano lang siya, parang like screw na negative space. So, try na lang. That ratio is natin. Alright, so let's say, okay, alright, kinonfirm yung connectors, at kinonfirm yung cut, nakikita nyo na gumawa na siya ng separate na ano, pero it's more like a screw type na siya. So, bawal kayo gumawa ng multiple connectors using the thread. Kasi pag may opposing screws, so parang like screw, bawal siya multiple, kailangan isa lang. So, it really works for like simple objects like circle, may gusto nyo gumawa ng malaking sphere, hindi kasi sa plane nyo, gagawin nyo, itakat nyo in half, and gagamitin nyo yung thread connector para ma-screw sa both into place. Pero again, bawal kayo gumawa ng multiple thread connectors kasi nga screw sila. Alright? Okay, pero that's all for the connectors. But we also have one more type ng pad, which is una yung planar. Pangalawa naman na type ng pad is dovetail. So, dovetail pinili natin. Tingnan natin yung dovetail. Basically, gagawa ka ng dovetail na type ng pad. So, nakita niyo like, parang ganyan. Really use siya for like Japanese architecture, alam niyo, or carpentry. So, hindi niyo na kailangan ng connectors kasi the cut itself is the type of connector na meron siya. So, ginamit ko yan dito. And I perform my cut. There we go. So, medyo messy siya. Pero, basically, ang result niya is ito. So, medyo sira na kasi nagkamali kami ng use sa connectors, we use dowel, and pero yung sa gitna naman, we use tape.
So, sana mag-isip ng kung saan yung makakot.
You can adjust kung saan mo gusto ikaw. Yun po yung
Pero yung shape na ganun pang ano.
yeah.
Ah,
And yung laki ng butas, yung laki ng connectors, pwede nyo i-adjust. Gano'n sila kalalim, gano'n kalapad, and yung other stuff like that. Pwede nyo siyang i-edit on your own.
So, the deal, gano'n lang sa taas na lang.
Planar cut kami sa taas and we use connectors. sa mismong chip naman, we use that tape. And kung hindi kayo confident sa kalalabasan or sa kung kakapit pa siya, you can always add glue. You can always add glue. Pero meron din tayo tinatawag din na yung tawag din yung sa Darwin, meron tinatawag na tolerance, right? So basically yun yung gap from the cut of both objects and dun sa butas. So pwede niyo adjust yung tolerance. Pag binabaan niyo yung tolerance or tinatawag natin zero tolerance, fit na siya. Pag tinasa niyo naman yung tolerance, medyo maluwag. So pwede niyo adjust yung tolerance na connect. Alright? So does anyone have any questions? Kahit sa previous na slides natin, other questions concerning paano ganda yung quality ng print natin, paano mapalakas. Thank you. No questions na? Alright? If you have any questions later po, feel free to ask. Since wala lang may question, ulit may question. What feature adds temporary structures to hold up overhang? Taas kamay. 3, 2, 1, go. Tama po. So,
Very good.
okay.
Wala bang free na printer?
Alright, so that's all for bamboo slicing. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I think we can now proceed to our next portion, which is the printing and modeling practice. So for this part, we're gonna leave you be to explore more, but at the same time, we're still gonna do a quick, little short discussion. So feel free to listen. So you're going to explore it. So I think so John.
So, hello again, everyone. So while you're going through printing and modeling practice, let me just discuss quickly this thing called image to 3D using AI. We talked a little bit about this before. But basically, this is a system that will allow you to convert 2D images into 3D models. So let's get right into it. So, to access this system, all we need to do is go back to the home button and then click on the Maker Lab. Just go back a bit. Right here, click on Maker Lab. Next up, select image to 3D model. You just need to scroll down a bit, and you will find there we go. Yeah, just click on image to 3D. Once you click on image to 3D, you import an image of what you want. For example, something like this dog here. And then you just need to be sure you select the right model, or whatever model you want, really. It's up to you. Then you just need to click generate and wait for it to render.
How do you know which type of model is?
Just using for the type of model, it really depends on what you're trying to go for. Some models provide a more, you know,
How about let you go in the gallery?
I don't have anything there. But for whatever model you select, it's up to you whether or not you want one of these. But let's just say we want something that is a fast generation. that. Then we'll click on generate. We wait for it to finish generating the object. And once it finishes generating, this should be the result.
Then can we print it?
That's up to you if you want to print it.
But it will require multiple colors.
Yes and no. It depends on depends on these as well. So if you look over here, you'll notice these three little circles here, right? Let's say I select this dot. These options provide one of two things. For the first one, that's full color. That means you can add a mix of colors for the object to be printed with. Then we have the reduced color, which simplifies the colors and separates them further, makes it more segmented so that it's not too mixed. And then finally, we have the simple mesh, which means you don't get the color for the object, you just get the mesh of the object, as you can see right here. Now, moving on from the preview, we can go ahead and then export that model, and then we just want to download it as an STL. Right there. And then you can go ahead and print it if you want, like so. This should be the final output. This should let you print out the object, and that should be fine. Now, a few things as we go on. We want to make sure we choose the right image for that. And what does that mean for choosing the right image? Well, it's simple, really. We just want to make sure that the image, or the best image types to convert into image to 3D is an image that has a very clear background. You know, something like a white background. So that way, it's more easily seen and it is the focus. Then good lighting if possible, which means the object needs to be well lit so that the system can really see everything. Next up, we want the full body to be completely visible. If there are body parts hidden, the system might not be able to generate those parts properly.
I can't find the 3D thing. Who's the 3D?
It's just it's in MakerLab. First, you just click on MakerLab and then just scroll down and find image to 3D model right here. Very good. Once you, anyway, going back, we need to also make sure that our image has minimal motion blur. It needs to be a very clear image. If there's any moving parts, that will confuse the system and make it so that it will print those blurred out pieces. And things to avoid when picking an image is avoid cropped faces. You want to make sure that the entire area is seen. If it's cropped, then that could cause some issues. Heavy shadows. We want to avoid having heavy shadows obscuring parts of our object, because if it does, it will potentially not render out that part properly. And then finally, busy background. We want to make sure the background of our object is clear and very simple. Like something like this wall here, right? If I stand behind this wall and you took a picture of me, well, then you're just going to get a 3D image of me instead. But if I stand behind, say, something like this here, where there's a lot of objects behind me, then the system's going to detect that as well and try to also generate that while it's with me. And that can pose some disastrous results. Now, moving on from choosing the right image, fixing common problems that can be found when you're picking these and converting an object into a 3D object. So, if the model is floating, just simply use drop and build later. And to do that, or to do something like that, all you need to do is just simply find the object if you want. If it's just for some reason floating, you just simply click on auto orient, auto orient the current objects on plate, and that should drop your image right down. That should drop the 3D printed the 3D object right here down onto the surface of the plate. Next, if the model has overhangs, just simply enable support, like so. And to enable support, you just go over here to support and then click enable support on this. And the support should be enabled. Next up, if the model has holes, that means there aren't polygons covering certain areas of the 3D printed object. That means all you need to do is just go to the object that you're trying to fix. Like let's say our little CoLab here, right? We just right click on the object here, and then we click on fixed model. Now, this actually uses the processing power of your laptop. If you're using a MacBook or a Mac or Apple in general, it won't allow you to do something like this straight away. So you need to use a third party.
Which one, the fixed model?
Yeah, for fixed model. Next, we have if the details are way too messy, what you can do is simply lower the print size, which means just making the object smaller. Like let's say it's super huge, right? We can just simply shrink it down a bit to a smaller size so that it's easier to print. Or if we can't, we can also simply enable simplify model, which is another way to lower the polygon count on an object. Let's say we set this back to 100%. Let's say we set this down, set that back up to 100%. To simplify the model, you just simply right click and click on simplify model, and then you can either increase the detail here or decrease the detail to lessen the amount of polygons on the object. This should also be available on Apple products as well, so you don't have to worry about having to look for a third party application for this. But yeah, that is another good way to fix some of the issues that you might encounter with 3D modeling or with converting an image to 3D. Because sometimes the image might be way too high quality. So if that happens, you can just simply simplify the model so that it has less crowding. Because sometimes we end up with objects that have like hundreds of thousands or maybe even a million polygons, and that can be really, really bad. So yeah, that covers image to 3D as a whole. So we'll just let you guys continue on with printing and 3D modeling. At 4 p.m. we will begin discussing more on troubleshooting and maintenance. Oh, and by the way, we have snacks. So go. That's what I'm saying.
Yay.
Yes po, especially at Tampa.
We how do I use the we want to use the blue again. Set the nozzle to 250. So which button? Yes.
You want 8 colors and you don't have, I did it 2 years. So 3D. Oh yes, just
Yes. Alright, so oh yes. Yeah, you just click on it now. Okay, so we're already here now on troubleshooting maintenance, so it's already 4:01. It's going to be the final topic now for us to discuss. On the bathroom? Oh, just outside? Straight ahead. Alright, just quick. Bathroom break at the moment.
Very high speed. Magdadalawang oras.
This one?
That's no. And then you have to put ice here. Pero wala pala.
Gumagawa pala.
Okay, so here now, so let's just go over the last topic here, which is just troubleshooting and maintenance. So this is just a topic on cases where, let's say, you already have one with printer, so ways to maintain it, and it's most especially ways to prevent problems and issues that you may have already encountered. For your example, this there were times where your print wasn't just printing properly, you know, that anyone may use it. So you have to capture all most common ones that happen is adhesion. So just on the video itself, you can already see that our print here didn't really stick to the build plate. So it's still continuing to print, but as you can see, it's just a lot of hairy mess. So one way to fix this is, of course, to alcohol it, alcohol in the build plate. But there are other ways to fix such cases where your print just comes right off from the build plate, and that is to use brims or brimming. Uh, we can actually find it right here. This here. Let's set this back here. There you go. With this right here, as an example, I'm just going to add what we call brims. So you just go over here on the others. Scroll down here for a bit, and you see here brim type. So already set it auto, but if you want it on all the time, you can set it to outer brim only. Here's what's going to happen. When I slice plate, you'll see that there's something spreading outwards to our text here. Not really an extra layer per se. It's more like adding additional surface area for the object to hold on to. So this only affects the very first layer, right? So once you actually remove, once the print is actually finished, that is when you can actually remove it. It's like much like supports really, but instead they're there to provide extra surface area again to add more grip. Make sure again your object does not come off. So there are other ways to also set this up. So besides just simply setting it to outer brim, you can also set this to outer and inner brim. So if I were to slice plate again, so not only is it going to affect the outward part, it will also affect the ones on the inside as well. So even more surface area. And if you want, you can of course increase the range at which this brim extends to. And that's right here on the brim width. If I were to set this, so by default it's 5 millimeters. I'm gonna set this to 20 because why not? Slice quick. Now it looks like a pool now. Full of first layers right here. Now we can tell that this is not really going to come off at all. But this does seem a bit wasteful, so very most, I would just suggest around 10 instead. Of course, you can set the object gap, create the object gap right here. This just means simply having the distance between the brim and the actual object itself apart. That way, after it's done printing, you can easily remove the brim yourself. But if you really wanted to become part of the object itself, where it will just provide full maximum adhesion, you can just simply remove that gap. There you go. That's how it would look like. Although, yeah, that is another issue. If you're removing the gap between the brim and the object, what you're going to have now is another issue, where upon finishing the print, you now have to actually remove this yourself, either by scraping it off or simply just peeling it off. So it's gonna be a bit messier, takes a bit extra time. So I would recommend for this part to at least add like 0.01 instead. That way there's still tiny gaps at least to make it a lot easier to remove. Okay. Next up, we have here warping. So this one also happens quite often, especially for bigger objects or wider objects. So this is the case of when, as you're printing taller objects, layer by layer, farther it goes from the build plate, which again, the build plate is the one that generates heat underneath so that it can always uh, have adhesion to like slightly deform the object into the build plate so that it can bind together. But sometimes as you're building taller objects and as it's moving away from the build plate, it's going to then get colder as it's going up higher in the layers. It's going to get colder much faster up here, while at the bottom the layer will always like constantly get heat from the build plate itself. And so the basics of law of thermodynamics, right? With the constant heat developing underneath here, it's going to of course transfer over into the colder areas, right? So essentially what happens then is the heat is like pulling the object from underneath upwards, which is why you get this result in which the corners especially is where it gets pulled up. Doesn't really happen on the actual sides in the middle, only mainly on the corners right here. So there are many ways to fix this. One is to simply round up edges instead of just having a sharp corner here, because this essentially causes more uh, bending for the object to simply curve. While if you have it curved up, rounded up on the edges, it makes it a lot harder for it to warp. Secondly, is to use this method, another like feature here called wraps. So it works similarly like support, except it will create like a sort of pedestal, a ground for it to work underneath. So you can see that here on the supports, and just scroll down underneath the types of support up here. You'll see here the term wrap. You won't really see this right away, and that's usually because advanced is disabled. You see right here, it's not showing up at all.
Oh, it's not a beginner setting until the beginning.
Yeah, it's not exactly a beginner setting kind of thing. Although once you understand how it works, it becomes really easy to like apply. So again, I'm going to.
Why is it an advanced setting?
Well, that's normally because sometimes it can cause some issues to it. Especially again, it's generating support, so that means it's also going to generate the additional filaments and time.
It's gonna cost more.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, it's not really that much use, or rather, it's not really that needed. Although, again, it's only really needed if you're going to build like a wide or tall objects, right? So again, I'm going to click on the advanced. You can see here again, wrap. Again, uh, much like the brim earlier, what we can do here is we can like add sort of like layers to our support. So if I were to set this to let's say 10, for example, and if I were to slice the plate, you'll see here on the side, right? You'll see that it immediately popped itself up.
Wow. What if we get, what if we put 100?
Actually, I'm not sure if it can reach up to 100. Oh wow, I guess you can. So yeah, and you can see the graph looks similarly to the normal support, but instead it's going underneath the object. That way we can make this kind of support right here. So essentially, graphs are just there so that you're putting away the main object itself from the build plate. So that way it can cool down evenly. And so because of that, there will be no warping on the corners, no warping on the sides, it's all going to cool down much easily and much more evenly. But of course, we don't really want to place this much wrap, so at the very most, it's either 10 to 20 is what I would recommend.
Sir John, what?
Yes.
Siguro it may solve the warping problem at the bottom. Pero if it's much further away from the bed plate, iba yung bed plate, the warm bed plate is also an important factor to keep
Yeah,
adhesion good or the printing good.
yes,
The
that's
layering
why.
of it.
Yes, that's why also you don't really want to add too much wraps because again, the further you are from the object or like from the build plate, the more you're also just going to cause another warping again for your wraps. And again, warping isn't just for deformation, but also chances to just simply come off from the build plate. So we really only just want to add wraps just so that it can more evenly pull down the object itself, while also still retaining the adhesion for the body, for the wraps itself. However, if you really want to ensure that it doesn't come right off from the build plate, we can combine brims to the wrap. So that way, it's also not going to come off as easily, while also regulating the temperature as well.
R100 graph.
So if you if you get what I mean, right? Like let's say the brims, right? I can add instead to the wrap itself. However, you may notice that
I think what
there's not exactly a brim on the wrap itself.
you can try doing 100 to the brim.
Oh yes, you can. However, you notice that you can't really do that with wraps. That's because wraps aren't really considered the actual object itself. Brims only account for if it's able to interact with the main body itself, with the main print. But that doesn't mean we aren't able to use brim. We still can. It's just going to be a bit more complicated.
And use 100 brim.
Yes, although it might be a bit like up until your milk plate, I think. But you can try.
Without. Ganito, limit.
You know what?
So
Curious.
yung printer na may closure, may additional heater ba siya sa loob or just prevents like aircon from affecting the
Yeah, as far as I know, or at least depended it's a model actually. As far as I know, the X1 carbon is simply just
an enclosure.
an enclosure to regulate and to ensure constant temperature. So I'm pretty sure some of us advanced models, I'm pretty sure they have something like actual regulators to actually give off enough environmental heat. As far as I know, yeah.
I think yeah, the X1C only has the let's say for environment. Pero meron na siyang regulate sa masasabing regulate. Pero meron na siyang pang check kung tama ba yung temperature niya, ambient temperature ng actual inside ng X1C. Kasi importante din pala yun para ma-maintain yun. When it comes to ABS, ASA friends na. Kasi sila yung kailangan ng nare-regulate basically yung temperature ng model niya.
Wonder what it looks like. Oh wait, ready. Still have graphs open. Here you go. Let's try to see what it looks like with 100 millimeters. So, I mean, if you want maximum adhesion, yeah, there you go.
You wanna be safe.
Wow.
But would you be able to remove them?
37 minutes. 37 minutes. That's how long it takes. Okay, let's start this. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Maybe next time, actually. Let's try that. Although, yeah. Okay, so again, with wraps, if you want to add brims to it, you can do so by going to the support again. We're just going to look for a specific setting here called on the advanced, okay? It's on the initial layer expansion. Right here it just says -1 because it just means it won't do anything. But if we actually give it a number, so let's say uh, 10 millimeters, now what's going to happen now is on the initial layer of your print, no matter what kind, it's going to add an additional like brim, let's say, in essence, as you can see right here.
Okay, I think I have an idea. I'll combine both of them.
See right here. That way, if you want to ensure that if you're going to add wraps, you can also add brims as well if you uh, so much choose so.
I combine both of them.
Next up, we have here is grouping. So again, this is the one that I mentioned earlier during Tinkercad, where again, the farther you go from your build point, like say here for example, you start to notice that the filament starts to droop, or in other words, it would just simply fall off because of the overhangs, right? So besides just enabling support, because you can't just simply do that, you can also try to angle it in a way that it prints maybe without supports even, or with reduced support. So let's say for example this tower right here, right? We already have a bit of a problem here because this tower has multiple overhangs. Surrounding the tower right here are ribs that pretty much have overhangs all around it. Okay, let me just remove the wraps here. So the expansion and so if I were to enable support, right? Going to leave it as is. Let's also have leave. There you go. So what's going to happen now is because of these overhangs that the Bamboo Studio detects, it's going to generate every part of it, and you can see it's even taking quite a bit with the name generating support. That's because it's going to now just apply every part, I guess, to the support. So just to give a better idea, let's look at the slicing results. Okay, so our model at base is just 65 grams of filament. The support itself is almost the same amount, at around 63 grams. And you can also see just how long it takes to print for both ends. 5 hours, 20 minutes.
I think that's worth it.
Oh, it can be, but we can make it better at least. So what we can do is instead, we're still going to use supports, but we're going to find ways to reduce it
Can we
by
make it
trying
as long?
to rotate it. Sorry?
Can we make it as long as possible?
It's quite long actually. I mean, it fits our printer at least.
What if we try to do 100?
Might not be able to fit in our printer though. Might have to cut it up. So, to rotate again, I'm just going to, let's say, go for here. Going to set this to about 45 degrees. Any angle is fine. Honestly, at this point, it's more or less about the trial and error to find the right angle. Because from here, let's say for example 45 degrees, and slice it now, it's going to now generate a lot quickly because it now just needs to focus on one point. On one side of our tower now, like this. Of course, oh, not even on the inside too, because earlier it was also generating support on the inside. But yeah, as you can see, our tower here is now only generating supports on this side because it's now leaning more heavily down here.
Why don't we just put it flat? 90 degrees.
That's a good question, actually. But let's first check the slicing results. So you can see, sure, the model slightly increased in terms of filament use, but for the actual support, it went from like 60 grams to less than 10.
That sucks. I wanted it to be big.
And that's gonna be so wasteful though. What do you think? Especially print time too. We went from like 5 hours and 20 minutes to about 3 hours and 27 minutes. So if you're curious, actually, that was also one of my thoughts too. Why not just make it flat, right? You could definitely do that. So let's just set this to 90 degrees. Oh wait, it's not fully flat. Just there you go. Yeah, we could definitely do it like this. Maybe it might even yield us a similar result. Let's see.
But we also need the support of it.
Well, we need support so that way it's able to keep its shape. There you go. So slicing results. And now we're okay. So we went from about like 8 grams, 8 grams to 16 grams, and we went from like 3 hours and 27 minutes to almost 4 hours. So roughly 45 minutes increase. So still quite costly. So again, it's more or less trial and errors. It's just trying to find the right angles. This is actually one of the prime examples here. The thing, even though we printed it flat on its base, we figured that we could have angled it in a way that we could have reduced the amount of supports it needed. Because as you can see, placing it flat here, you'll notice underneath that it generated quite a lot of supports for
Each
for the certain angles underneath it. Or we could have technically make like maybe angled it somewhere in between to reduce the amount.
But which side is that?
I would think maybe around here because of the fingers, it's more or less trying to lean heavily now underneath it. So that way, if it's like around here, it would be a lot easier now for it to just simply generate supports underneath here. But again, it's a bit going to be more difficult because if you like add too much angles, then it's going to generate full supports underneath here. So you have to like maybe angle it somewhere around here instead. That way, it's going to lessen the supports to maybe about here instead.
Because of the fingers, will have support different, right?
Oh, yes. Although from this sort of angle, it might not be the case because then it's now just going to support itself with the actual hand now. Because again, you have to remember, it builds itself underneath going up. So that's one of the main things to look like to remember. That way, we're essentially just trying to find the best angle going underneath upwards, right? So it's pretty much just like that.
Sir Jan, sorry. Di ko nag-gets. Paano nyo ma-change yung orientation yung angle pag-print relative to the base plate? To the light plate?
Here's right here on the rotate. And you see here rotating relative to its body and the absolute in terms of the actual like
Why don't we try
Third
rotating
angle.
it 90 degrees relatively?
from here. Do that. I mean, it's the same thing really. Yeah. Same thing. Same thing. Okay. Next up. So here we actually have two similar issues with two similar solutions to face. So here we have over-extrusion and under-extrusion. Okay? So let's just first go over the over-extrusion. So here, this is just in the case where, let's say for example, in our settings, we have ABS, but somehow we have PLA loaded it in. So because of that, the ABS settings is having too much heat, loss of temperature in the actual printer itself. So what happens then is that with this excessive amount of heat, it's going to print exactly like this, where even as it's releasing outside into the object itself, it's still constantly melting. That's why you can see here this object already looks melted, even though it's being printed normally. So again, with the excessive amount of temperature it's outputting, uh, it's still continuously melting even as it's outputting into the actual object itself. And worst case as well, it might output too much filament because again, too much heat is now just simply becoming liquid, or it's just now just flowing way too quickly for the object to simply control now. So one way to fix this on both ends, okay, for the over-extrusion and under-extrusion, is to simply set the nozzle temperature to the correct number. Like let's say for PLA, right, it's usually somewhere around 190 degrees, right, or way less than that. And normally it would stay as is as you're going to continue the print. And of course, we have here the flow rate calibration, but I'll go more into detail with that on the next slide. So yeah, with under extrusion, however, this is the case where let's say you have ABS then loaded into your printer, but you have PLA set on your Bamba Studio somehow. So because of that, you don't have enough temperature to melt your ABS, which will result in having gaps into your print, or worst case, nothing is even printing at all. It could also be another case where your object, or at least your printer, is moving too fast. So it's like what you mentioned earlier for your issues with your 3D printer is that sometimes it's not printing properly, and that's usually because it could be your print speed being either too fast or too slow. Especially with the case of when you're using TPU, right? It needs to have really slow print speed, so that way you're able to ensure that you're leaving no gaps with your object. But sometimes all of those might not really be the case. Sometimes it could be because your nozzle might actually be clogged up. It's actually also what happened earlier with your 3D printer with the A1 Mini. Although it wasn't really outputting under extrusion, it really just got stuck with the printer. So yeah, sometimes when your printer, let's say, wasn't able to clean itself properly with the nozzle scraper or the nylon brush, right? With those two factors that it would always try to clean itself every time, sometimes maybe it wasn't able to. Because of that, it accumulates in the or on the nozzle itself over time. And eventually, it would develop like let's say carbonization, which okay, I may have to discuss that later on down the line. But essentially, as your filament gets stuck, it also becomes more and more difficult to remove because of the fact that it gets more solid as it gets like repeated heated use and cool down. It essentially hardens itself time and time again. But we'll again discuss more on that later in the next slide. So to actually fix over and under extrusion, sometimes you also have to check in on Bamboo Studio and to actually manually set the calibrations yourself. Because sometimes your print outputs, like let's say the nozzle, could sometimes just simply not pull your filament enough, or it's simply pulling the filament too much. So sometimes you have to adjust the rate at which it pulls the filament itself. Normally it does that by itself, like uh, like when you send print, you would see sometimes in the printer screen it would say something like flow rate calibration, right? Sometimes it might not be enough, and you might have to be the one to do it yourself. So, as an example here, on Bamboo Studio, what you just want to do then is to go to calibration, right? And you'll already see two options here, flow dynamics and the flow rate. But we're just going to focus more on the flow rate for the time being. So here, you can already see very closely that with over-extrusion, simply outputting too much filament will usually result in having bumps in your print, rough edges essentially. Meanwhile, with under-extrusion, sometimes the filament isn't being pulled enough for the nozzle to output, which results in having like these tinier gaps, again, in your print. So, to fix this, we would have to manually calibrate it ourselves, right? So first, let's see here. We first have to set our printer here. I guess we could just say 6065. Maybe 0608. Now let's just say for example, we're going to select a specific printer, and then we're going to just click on manual calibration, right? So here, we're just going to then, of course, make sure we have the right nozzle diameter, weight type, of course, our filament. We don't really have a filament, but basically, from here, what's going to happen then is after you click on the calibrate, you're going to send an automatic print job, a file, an STL, into your selected 3D printer. So what's going to happen then is it's going to print a set amount of objects with numbers on top of them. So just pass this around. Add you a set of like tubes. So you see that by comparison, it's going to again print these objects, the numbers on top. And below that number, it's going to have different textures, which is really just how the 3D printer is going to show its flow rate. So after it's done printing these, CoLab Studio is then going to ask you what number has the smoothest surface, either by eye or by feel with your hands. And so once you've decided on which number had the smoothest texture, you're then just going to type that down, and then you're going to recalibrate again. Because you're going to do this twice. So after the first calibration, right, after the first number, you're then going to recalibrate, and it's going to print another set of numbers with the new setting that you inputted. And then you're going to then again take which number had the smoothest
Did we do a test?
surface.
I mean, so should I do a test of the calibration?
You could, although it's going to take a while. As far as I remember, it took like about either 40 minutes to an hour. I think to print that might not have enough time anymore. Yeah. And so after the second calibration, and then you type in the next number, what's then going to happen is it's going to combine those two numbers for the flow ratio combined in between to sort of find like the median or the middle ground for both of those numbers. And from there, it's now going to follow that specific ratio for all the printers, or at least the printer that you use specifically for that for that setting. It's still going to use the flow rate calibration, but now it's going to base it off from the new manual calibration that you have set it up with.
And that's dependent on the filament.
Oh yes, that too. Like let's say for example we had like this gold filament. It was kind of aging a bit, so because of that, it had trouble sort of outputting enough filament. So because of that, we had to use that specific filament on a specific printer to manually set up the flow rate. Which after that, as you may have noticed, the gold filament that you guys were checking, it's now it looks smooth now essentially. except for some of them. So, yeah. Any
So
questions so
you
far?
need to calibrate per filament. It's
I wouldn't really say you really have to. It's only for cases where your
you're not
you like
satisfied
your
with it.
output is just really bad in quality. That was really also the only time for us to even do the calibration because the rest of our filaments, although it did have some rough edges from time to time, it wasn't really as bad as the gold filament. Because again, you really only just need to have the flow rate calibration from the Bamboo Studio itself to do it, and that's usually more than enough. Any more questions so far? None? Alright. So after troubleshooting, we'll now just go over how you can regularly maintain your 3D printer, right? So yeah, let's say we've already bought ourselves a 3D printer. So these are just the things you would want to look out for, right? So first things first is the lubrication. So every month or until your AI assistant from the 3D printer asks you to have the axes lubricated, don't worry. It does come with a tiny tubes of lubrications. It's these ones right here. So yeah, just pass this around. You'll see they're color graded, or yeah, there are two specific types. So one is the color black, which is the lubricant grease, and then the color green one is lubricant oil. Although if you're not sure, if you think might get a bit confused or messy, you can just instead opt for using a WD-40 to just lubricate all the axes. So yes, you can also do that with your printer as well on all the rods. It's totally fine. But if let's say you're curious about how you can lubricate the axes on those specific lubricants, let's say for the x-axis and the y-axis is going to have to use the lubricant oil. Okay, and mainly for the x-axis, you're just going to there you go. So let's say for example, we're just going to apply the lubricant here on the rails, the iron railings here. Okay, not the ones here. Okay, on the here on the top part. Yes, it's really the metal railings here. So you're just going to simply apply just a bit, and then you're just going to coat it and spread it by just moving your x-axis around. Same goes with the y-axis. It's the one underneath here. You're also just going to apply lubricant oil here on both sides. And then you're just going to let it spread by just also moving the y-axis back and forth. Now, for the z-axis, you're going to use lubricant grease. And to do so, you're just going to apply it right here on the inside of our object here. I mean object, our printer here. It's not really that noticeable, but it's the one right here, this railings right here on the side. You're just going to simply apply it on all sides. Yeah, it looks like a long screw, really. You're just going to apply it all across. And of course, you can move it up and down, although I recommend you to use the controls here. Try not to forcefully move it up and down yourself, because it might break. It's on the controls. So here on the main menu, controls, X, Y, and Z. And you're just going to click on the homing button first. That way, afterwards, you can move your uh, 3D printer. But yeah, it's really all simple. But again, for simplicity's sake, just use a WD-40. That way you don't get confused.
The same place that for the WD-40.
Yes, you just simply spray it all across from here, from on the sides here, of course, right here on the screw, yeah, the railings right here.
Sir, kayo ba exclusive distributor ng bamboo labs?
Not exactly exclusive, although we are distributors of this. Okay, so next up we have here calibration. So this one is a bit of a tedious task because besides needing to recalibrate your 3D printer every 2 weeks,
Every 2 weeks.
yes. And if you're curious, it's from here. So back on the main menu, right? Just click on settings, right? And then from the second page, you'll see your maintenance. Okay, second page, maintenance. Tap on it. Then you click on calibration.
Then I start.
Then you click start. Although you click start. No, that's fine.
At least I'm doing your job for you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. But yeah, you can just click on start, and then for about 30 minutes, it's going to do its print. So are you sure you want to start that? You might not be able to. You can cancel that.
Too late.
Oh yeah, you can cancel it.
It's okay, I don't want to pay for it.
You sure? That's a shame. Alright. So again, it's going to take about 30 minutes. So it takes quite a bit to start its calibration. But it is just every 2 weeks, right? It's not only just every 2 weeks, but it's also when you are going to move your 3D printer. Like let's say right here we have our table. It shakes quite a lot, right? When it starts printing. Essentially, with its calibration, it's mainly used to do what you call vibration compensation. In simpler terms, it just simply means that with your table shaking, it's basically going to fight back or go with the flow of your shaking table. That way, it keeps a consistent print without it being too rough on the edges for your 3D printer. I mean 3D print, and also to ensure stability on your table as well. So yes, even though it shakes a lot, that's the most stable it would have. So yeah, because of that, it has to move at a certain level for it to be in balance or compensate with the table itself. However, when you move your 3D printer then to, let's say, on the ground then, it's solid, it's not going to shake. So what happens then is now the 3D printer is going to fight with itself because now it's overcompensating for a ground that isn't even shaky at all. So what happens then is, worst case, you might now have a 3D print that uh, is too rough, or it has like let's say uh, incorrect layers where it's not printed properly at all. So when you're going to move your 3D printer, alright, on any new location, regardless if you think it's the same material, you'd have to recalibrate it each and every time. I would even go so far as to say that you'd also have to recalibrate it each time you're also going to maybe adjust your table. It's not really that bad, not that requirement. It is just something to keep in mind because again, so much as moving your table, maybe underneath there's a new layer that now sort of changes the whole dynamic for your table now that maybe it'll slightly shrink more, maybe it'll be more stable, and because of that, it's now sort of miscalculating a bit, which results in its print being a bit slightly worse. So yeah. Although again, it's not really something you want to keep recalibrating each time. You're just gonna maybe I don't know adjust your table for a bit. It is just something to keep in mind. Alright? You guys have any questions so far? Okay. Alright. Lastly, we have here is nozzle cleaning. So I mentioned this earlier during the over and under extrusion. And mainly, nozzle cleaning is just for when you have your nozzle itself just clogged up And sometimes it's not outputting enough filaments then, or sometimes it's not outputting at all. So what happens then is you'd want to clean it up, or else it's going to develop what you call carbonization. So, in simpler terms, carbonization is just when any form of matter burns up too much to the point where it can no longer be heated, and they just become like this super solid material. And that's really bad for your nozzle because then it's basically now just glued into your nozzle. So one way to fix that is to use what you call a soft brass wire brush. So unfortunately, this doesn't really come with a 3D printer. You'd have to buy it separately from, like, let's say, Mr. DIY or Ace Hardware.
No.
It's not a toothbrush, but it will act like one because what happens is you're going to, yes, careful. It's,
Kaya
it's
naman ito brikat eh. Brikat na ako.
yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, with the wire brush, what you're just going to do is to, like what our student said, you're just going to give your nozzle a clean toothbrush. You're just going to brush it underneath the nozzle here.
Wow, wow, it's following so well.
Yep. Or just basically just going to scrape it off, like how you would with actually brushing with your teeth, really. But you're only just going to brush off just the tip of the nozzle right here. Okay? And if it's not really coming off, like let's say you did encounter like actual carbonization, you may have to use something even harder than this, like let's say steel brush, wire brush.
Wow, that's the strong toothbrush.
Yes, it's this one instead. Compared to our soft brass, it's a bit used more, but that's because we didn't really have any carbonizations yet. It's very hard to
We
do.
can use brush my teeth with it.
You, I would recommend it.
You will?
I wouldn't at all. Please don't. No, 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 no. I wouldn't really recommend it. And it's really sharp too.
Yes, it would feel like a toothbrush.
Maybe if you have like metal teeth, maybe.
You're a robot, yeah.
Oh, but robots don't have teeth.
What did they ask?
Maybe, I guess. So, yeah. So again, with the wire brush, you're just simply going to give it like a clean brush around the nozzle until the any gunk or any excess filament that's stuck on the nozzle has been cleaned up. Okay. Now, let's just say for another example, what if externally it's not really the nozzle that's having an issue, right? Like on the outside, it looks clean, and yet somehow it's not outputting any filament. Or let's say when we're loading in our filament, it's not feeding into it properly. Like it's not grabbing the filament at all. That can only mean one thing, and that means that there could be filament stuck inside of our extruder unit. Sometimes when we uh, cut or when we unload our filament, sometimes there can just maybe be some stuck small like strands of filaments inside of our extruder unit. And sometimes it can get stuck enough for you to not be able to even push a new filament inside, so that way that small strand just gets itself feed out. Sometimes when that happens, you have to use what you call a declogging tool.
It cannot be another toothbrush.
It's a toothpick. So fortunately with this one, this comes with a 3D printer. I mean, the 3D printer comes with this already. I'm sorry. You can't buy this and then expect a free 3D printer. But yeah, if you like pass this around, you'll just see here it's encased in a plastic ampule, So you can remove it if you want. Just simply slide it off. You can just use a wooden toothpick. Can't really use that. Oh, yeah, let me just maybe just pull it from the sides here. Yeah, it's like rubber. Oh, it's stuck on the other side too. But essentially, I mean, might have to just keep it as is. Unfortunately, yeah. Remove it. So again, with this declogging tool or this metal toothpick, what try not to lose it because it might fall off. Yeah, try to keep it inside.
I'm trying to find where I can help my feet.
Oh, there's a wooden toothpick right beside the cup there. If you need one. Don't use that. That's bad. That's a no-no. Anyway, so with the declogging tool, how to use it is you're just going to go over to the part where the tube enters the extruding unit, right? You're just going to look from within, preferably with a flashlight even. If you do see a filament stuck in there, you can use the metal toothpick, just fish out that small strand of filament inside. You're just going to simply insert it, try to grab hold of it, and then you're going to pull it right off.
Not wood.
Oh no. Sometimes if you were to push it, sure it might make it so that you'll feed the filament a lot easily, but it might also still cause chances that you might have errors loading in new filaments. So it's better to just completely remove this to ensure that no other excess filament gets in the way. Yes, you just have to press down on this end on where the tube is, and you pull it out on the other end. Like that. You can just simply insert it right back in. Yes, I will poke on it. So it's not really a metal toothpick, it's like a metal hook. So, although sometimes the filament might be a bit stuck deeper inside of your extruder unit, so sometimes you may have to actually unscrew it yourself. But that rarely happens. I think that never happens for us, I think.
And if it does happen, it's better to just screw downwards and just use the whole thing.
Yeah, but sometimes it's also the case where it's stuck on the side, so you really have to
But if I put something,
push it out.
if I put something on the pallet, it leak out.
Somewhat. Might break your print though. I think it's going to panic. Okay. I think that concludes now our uh, topic here. So if you guys have any more questions, just feel free to ask. Sorry about that. That's fine. A1 mini, like bamboo or in general. It's not just cheap. What? Isa lang po, like one at a time.
Oh, I think I shouldn't have that bad. I think it's half.
We'll clean that later.
It's not a big deal.
We'll clean that later. Five letter po kami, like papers where you have pricing. So Dave, can we have a flyer for the printers? Yes.
I want to buy one.
Lucky for you, quite cheap though.
How much?
About how much was it? 13, 14? 14. Yeah.
But
For the A1 minute.
discount if you're going to be buying from us because you're a workshop grade, right?
Oh, we only need more.
What if I want to?
We
What
need
if
more
I
than
want?
one.
What if I want the super premium one?
Sinecheck na namin.
Oh, we don't really have that ourselves. The most I can offer is either this one or that one, the bigger one.
That's one is the blue one. It keeps on. not vibrating.
Yes, you're curious.
Can I get one?
Alright. Yes, you're curious.
This is only for, oh, 30,000.
Yeah, that's Oh, of course. I mean, you can always come back here and also to like inquire with us on any problems that they face. And speaking of, I think I can. Yeah. So yeah, I think we can now go over to moving forward now. So
Anybody
yeah,
else have any questions before we go to moving on?
yeah, before we move on to the conclusion of our follow-up session here, done. Okay. I'm now going to hand this over to Ron.
I hope na enjoy tayong lahat sa workshop natin. And again, kapag ka merong medyo nakulangan kayo sa workshop natin, pwede naman kayong bumalik eh. But if you have any more questions or if you have, let's say, mga projects na gusto nyo ng tulong, you can come to us. You can come here or you can message us on Facebook if masyado malayo nga naman. Pwede naman kayong mag-message or pumunta dito para ask hindi na questions. And if you're not, kapag ayaw niyo pa mag-invest sa 3D printers, you're still not sure, again, you're welcome to come back here. Ito kasi yung special offer namin para sa mga students na namin. This workshop itself. Pwede kayo pumunta dito and to rent our space and yung printers namin. If you're still not. Yeah. Yung namin, just so you're aware, yung day pass tawag namin yung pag pumunta kayo dito. It's just 500 pesos and that already comes with 2 hours of printing. And you can stay here the whole day. And if you want to add more hours, parang 100 pesos ang gastos. Kasi kapag pag yung pinwenta namin, yung printing services namin is way more expensive eh. So, hindi lang sa amin mismo. Sa iba pang mga services outside. Kasi sinasama pa nila yung labor and yung kuryente, at yung actual pag-ano ay dun na nila, ang printers nila. So if you come here, tapos mag-day pass na lang kayo, actually significantly cheaper talaga. Meron kami isang student, actually babalik-balik pa din siya minsan. Actual student siya, parang siyang architectural student. And dito niya ginagawa yung projects niya. Nung one time, nagpa-print siya sa amin, umabot ng 4,000 yung service fee namin, or yung actual painting. Pero nung siya na lang yung nag-print, umabot ng mga 1-2 lang. Kasi parang kaya better na kung sakali practice pa kayo, mas maganda dito na lang. Or yeah, nagbibenta din naman kami ng printers if you do want to invest. And you still get that 5% discount. It's naman yan eh. Basta alam namin or mapakita niyo sa amin yung certificates niyo. We can give you that 5% discount. But it's only one printer lang. Naman natin yan.
I want to start designing printer.
Sabi.
What's the maximum size na pwede? Siya lang mag-isa lang.
Yun yung tapat, ang size niya is 180 cubic meter. So 180 by 180 by 180. And this one is 256. Alright. At saka din pala, bukod sa services and deliveries po namin, yun na nga, pwede kayo pumunta dito for your projects. Na-mention ko naman sa na pwede kayo, if you have trouble in trying to make your projects come to life, we can give you some advice na din. Because yun na nga yung goal din ng Makerspace. Yung makagawa tayo ng community of makers, creators, yun na yung naka-tarin na yun. And kaya parang if you want to collaborate with us, again, you're just welcome to come here and work with us. Meron kami isa din, another student. She's what we call our cat lady. Kasi siya meron siyang gumagawa siya ng projects for the cats. Siya parang cat feeder naman. Hindi niya alam kung paano pa wala pa siyang actual model eh. So, ang nangyari is, may idea siya, but she can't bring it to life. Ang ginawa namin, kami na yung model ng para sa kanya. And yung cat feeder na that's not a regular cat feeder yung dry food. Siya actually wet cat feeder yun. Para rin sa mga taong busy and yung kailangan umalis lang for a long time, automatic na siya. 7 days lang yung kanyang parang capable of. Kasi cool din actually. Ayun, isa yun sa mga ginagawa namin currently. And if you guys need to collaborate, you people to partner up with, yeah, we're available for that as well. Okay. And there's also other texture you can use. Meron din kaming resin printer if you want to try that out. Meron din kaming engraver, laser engraver. I think the laser cutter is also available. Yeah, so those are things you can also try out here. It's set up at the back, but there's only one though of each. So ano lang, first come first serve na lang.
Can I return?
Sure, if you come here.
So,
Yung
bali,
master
ganun
is
din
500,
yun.
yung supplier, or including is 500.
Not sure, I think iba pa yata yung pricing namin. Kasi wala pa masyadong nagano. Iba pa kasi yung materials nga na ginagamit. Resin and materials. Oo nga, ay yung laser cutter kung meron naman kayong backup. So siguro, baka sila na lang since yung kuryente na yung material. So sir, may question?
Parang similar to that. So, kung resin printer, sir, basically, same lang, the STL file or
STL file pa din yung ginagamit niya, pero iba na yung actual na slicer. Iba pa kasi yung process na ni resin printer. So, it's a bit more difficult. And si Sir Jan actually yung nag-aaral na din ng resin printer.
ibang yun, sir, hindi na si
Bamboo.
Bamboo.
Iba na siya. And iba din kasi yung way na kapag pag-print niya, since liquid siya na ginagawang solid. Tapos, iba pa yung pag-slice niya din. Kumbaga, parang mas nagiging na siyang images rather than drawing. Kasi si 3D printer is drawing. Ito projection naman. So, iba yung way ng pag-slice niya. Wala nga din yata siya. 100% correction. Katulad ng natin dito, isa. Kaya nga medyo fragile din siya kasi solid object siya. Wala siya masyadong. Kaya mas for mas for design or collectibles, parang mas scale models rather than actual functional prints. So yeah. Ayun. And also, by the way, may tutulong din naman kami ng other design tools like the Infusion tools. Pero hindi pa siya full workshop kasi medyo siya masyadong broad kasi. So, ang ginagawa na lang namin, one-on-one lessons na lang siya. If you want to learn 360, you can come here din para matuto. Pero yun na, one-on-one lang siya. Kasi 1,000 siya per hour. Tapos kasi yun parang at your own pace. And you learn what you want to learn. Hindi siya yung basta, dito. Meron na kami module for that. Pero it's more of, if you want to learn something, and specific na kayo sa modules na matutunan, kaya namin ituro naman. And syempre, na lang yun, pag-usapan na lang natin kasi possible din na, medyo advanced pa masyado na para sa akin. Pero yun din naman, kaya namin ito, we're starting na. So yeah, yun yung namin, mga ways para mag-move on from this workshop. Okay. Alright, so thank you everyone for taking the time.
So, yung Vision 360, sa website, di ba?
It's an actual app na siya.
It's an actual app na.
So you have to download it. And meron na din nga siyang bayad eh. Pero meron naman siyang free version. You can do the free version. Kasi kami, ginagamit namin yung parang trial version. Pero hindi siya like, you can talk na parang industry type. Pero yun yung bawal. Parang personal use lang talaga siya. Tapos wala na siyang time limit I believe. Kasi kami, hindi na lang kami hindi na namin pag dito, binabayaran na free na. Pero of course, you can't sell or you can't commercialize your reusable data.
Which one?
Yung Fusion 360.
Why?
So, anong class ang developer?
I think Autodesk. Autodesk.
You can make money from
First, you can make money with printing your own products, of course. If you want to try, there's a free 3D modeling apps like Blender. You can also use that one. Alright, so again, meron ba? Sige, go.
Sorry, I have to go back. How do we preserve yung mga filaments?
That's actually easy. If you have a container, lagyan nyo na lang siya ng silicate gel para mas maintain yung humidity. Kasi yung goal, dapat mababa natin yung humidity. Or if you have a dehumidifier in a small room with that dehumidifier, pwede din yun. If you have some sort of storage room, lagyan nyo na lang siya ng dehumidifier. Yung iba ginagawa yung mga cabinets na lang nila. Sinisim nila, parang ganito lang. Tapos meron na lang siya silicate gel sa inside. Or actually, yung iba, if you're maliliit na dehumidifier, yun na lang.
Pag nasa container na siya na may silica gel, you don't have to dry them anymore?
You don't have to dry them. But
if ever, mapunta din sa point na sobrang tagal yung hindi
Kasi
ginamit.
may
Pwede
mga
nyo pa
element kapag napuputol ko agad.
Ah,
So,
it's
that
like,
means
okay.
it's ano na.
Tumagal na masyado outside,
Oo.
or medyo humid sa area, no?
Anti-color. Very good.
Yeah, very humid. So you really need a dehumidifier.
Right, we can speed up the printer. Why haven't we been going on 150%?
Because there's a possibility it might be with prints. Because if it's fast, there's a big chance na mag-extrude siya, or misaligned na siya.
So what's 124%?
Still the same reason, possible siya. It just increases the chance.
So, but if it's 50% the silent one,
It's a lot more safer, yes. But it's going to be a lot more slower.
so it will take 2 days instead of 1.
Yes, exactly. Parang ganun. It's going to be double that. Alright? Any other questions? Bago? Kasi patapos na. Para ano naman, magpa-certificate naman tayo. Kasi hindi lang naman para certified 3D printers na tayo. Certified. Alright, so congratulations everyone for finishing our workshop. I hope you enjoyed. For the first person to get the certificate, Sir Jamar. Jamar, tama po ba? Thank you, Sir. Brian Ramos.
I think that's the next.
Let's see. Joseph.
No.
Yan.
Next.
Miguel. There you go. Fritz. Oh, wait.
Sorry. Second
Sir
graduation.
Fritz. Thank you, sir. Juanita. Melvin. Jennifer. And Leslie. Alright. So mabilis lang pala. Sorry kung tapos na kasi daan natin. Pero ano lang, baka po masagutan niyo lang din po yung survey natin para po mas ma-improve pa namin yung workshop namin.
Can I go home?
You need to go. Okay, no worries. You can. Don't worry. We're not going to hold you.
Let's go.
Para kung may oras lang po kayo, pasok na lang. And sa ilalim po ng survey namin, meron po dyan QR code para yung sa get ready. If you have time, but it's not so much trouble, pwede po mapigyan din kami ng review. Oh, by the way, if you don't have any pens, meron pong ball pens sa drawers natin. Ay, yung slides na po, ito ang first slides. Pwede naman natin sa
Medyo mabilis yung after last.
medyo na information over
Oo,
agad.
yes. Kasi hindi ko pa pero
I hope if ever
you're all good.
if you have any questions, sabihin nyo na lang. Okay lang, mag-message na lang po kayo. Pero, paano nga po
Hindi, mabalik ko dito sa try ko mag-isa.
welcome naman po kayo mag-ask ng questions.
Natutuwa yung aking pamangkin. Sabihin ko pag-attend.
Ha?
You're pandemic, we were all yung mga doctor friends. We go to the respirator na parang, I know, I mean, the hard part. Nilalagay na lang.
Kasi if na rin naman kasi yung mga ano nito, it's never ever. So I think yeah. Sa naman namin advanced lessons na invite namin kayo. Actually, lahat naman ng students namin hindi na namin mag-evaluate this case. Nakakuha kami ng actual na advanced lesson. Ang hirap lang po kasi mas sobrang reload pa kasi na pwede nyo matutunan. Ang dami kasi yung applications. So, ang dami applications. Hindi namin alam kung po script. Sabi yung mga doctors, ginagamit yung regulars nyo.
Pero pag meron mo dyan yung material, like sana mo kaya i-autoplay mo naman. Masyado naman kasi
Dalawa yung sa akin ng grade na lang. Pati ko, ay ginawa siya ng magaling sa ito lang yung bata. Pwede ka bumili. Yeah, sabi na hindi. Ano nga na mas never kumain na reason na piniprinted. Pero wala pa rin nakakalaga.
Okay.
Before we go, could we all have like a group photo? Yeah, group photo. Yes, yes. Oh no. You're wrong. Group.